Oh,
So-
I was just hopping in to remind you of that. Good job.
Yay, I did it before I got started.
Yay. Oh, we'll get you trained sooner or later.
Yeah, another 4 weeks of this and I'll get it.
You got really. All right, have a good one.
All right, you too. All right. How we doing this morning? Yeah, so Karen's there and she's unmuted, but she can't talk and she can't hear. So everybody, there she is. She's talk, Karen. Oh, it came up on you.
Good morning, Karen.
We're gonna wait until she figures it out. So if we go late today, we'll blame her. She can't even hear me, so it doesn't, like, the jokes don't work, right? So, when the boss can't hear you.
Hey, I got sound.
There we go. She's here.
Oh, finally. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened. My
worries.
sound just got turned down and I lost it. Oh, well. Hey, how's space treating everybody? We're good?
Great.
Not too shabby, not too shabby.
Awesome. Hey, I heard that you got a special guest visit with Laura Chappell the other day.
That usually happens when when the instructor drops off of the Zoom call.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, that's not too shabby. Hey, so everything's going good. I just wanted to stop in and say hi. Hope you guys are all having a great week here in space with us. We have got one more raffle this afternoon and like 4 more next week. So don't forget to sign up for those. Go visit our space docs and check in with all of the different exhibitors who are there. Send them a little note to say hi. They like that sort of thing. And then you will have access to this whole platform until the end of June. So anything that's in your recordings area or anything like that, Carrie, I'm sure you know that, you'll have access, your whole class will have access to all of that until June 30th.
Cool.
Okay, so just because things end on Friday, that's tomorrow, you still have access to a lot of stuff. So,
right.
Carrie, thank you so much for teaching these workshops.
My pleasure.
Karen?
Yes.
I hope that you're still here. You say that all of the recording and all of the things that we have been doing here will be available to the end of this month?
Anything that is in your resources area. So when you first check, when you click on the tile to enter this workshop, you see a screen, then there's a chat area on the right, and then on the left there's a place for announcements, recordings, things like that. Mm-hmm. You'll have access to all of that.
Is there any way that you can extend it to the end of next month in July?
No, but because we only have the platform, this whole platform is ours until the end of June. After that, it goes away. But we are working on a way to definitely keep and capture and keep all of those recordings and stuff. So be in touch, and if you need something, let me know. If we have that recording, we'll certainly make it available to you.
I really need to get hold of the videos that Carrie has been recording, because a lot of stuff been going on, and then at time I'm like behind, and then things kept going, and that's okay. So I know that I have the videos, I can go back and do it. And a couple of us just decided, let's watch what he's doing, because we cannot keep up. So
I'm sorry.
No. The thing is that it really, the topics, the exercises that you brought in are really fun. It just that I'm looking at, I set up two Pis at my desk, and then I have the terminals up. But just like anyone that tried, at that time I mess up the steps, went back. And then I look at the other screen. Now you move to the next step. So then I know that I cannot say, can you wait for 10 minutes? I just can't. So let's move on. So I made the point of really go back and view the video.
Yeah. So hey, Tuan, we do. Oh well, no, actually, it's almost full. I was going to say we are going to be offering this class as part of our regularly scheduled classes that Western Academy does throughout the year. So you can maybe take this class again if you want to. I mean, I know that you're getting so, tons of benefit now, but I totally get life gets in the way, Tuan. Yep. Yeah, life
Yes.
happens. What can you say? Even in space. Wow.
And I'm pretty sure that each time we take Kerry's class, he will bring in new projects.
Completely new stuff, right? It's never the same.
Never the same. Nope. I love that creativeness. You guys keep learning so much, so it's awesome. Okay, I'm gonna jump off so Kerry can dive into his stuff because I know he's got cool stuff planned for you today. Once again,
thanks so much.
Yeah. Kerry, thank you. All right. Talk to you guys later. Bye.
All right. Yeah. So the videos I think will be there for the month. I will be able to download the videos and I will put the videos in our Google Drive. So you'll be able to get to the videos. So don't worry about that.
Okay, great. Okay,
yeah.
Great.
And then I also and I think I mentioned it earlier, I really seriously considering doing like a Twitch stream where we just kind of pick one of these things and just kind of go through it like we've been doing. So then over time, we'll have a library of that where you can just join in and watch them at any time, to get comfortable with a project and then maybe implement it into your classroom. So that's kind of my hope with that. So kind of been super stoked about that. I have my daughters, I've been kind of talking with her about kind of how to strategize around that and how to make that happen. So so I'll ask Karen if WASTC will sponsor it, and then we'll be in good shape. so and crud, this is recorded, so I should have waited. So cool. All right. So the first thing I do want to say is I after we got done yesterday, I just felt I felt clunky yesterday, right? I think we did some really cool projects, and they were new to me. So, and when we got done with the tutorial, I'm like, I know there's more things we should do here to kind of bring this full circle. And I know we talked about them, but I just feel like we didn't do it. And I felt like I left something on the table. Like, I don't feel like that was an A game for me yesterday. So I just want to let you know that, I mean, if you felt like yesterday was weird, I felt it was weird too. Like, I know we did some really cool projects, but we didn't, we didn't finish it right? We didn't finish the web thing because I'm not a web person. So it's one of those, we went out on that branch and then I kind of just fell off the end. So, and then, and last night they did change that interface for the, on initial state. So setting up the different things, and I felt like I should have probably gone through that a little bit more for you. So, if you feel cheated yesterday, I apologize. I don't know. I look at those things and I think to myself, I could have done better yesterday, I think is what I'm saying. So, well, we're gonna try.
I just want to say, no, don't feel like that you cheated anybody for anything. I thought it was great, simply because that's kind of what we need to do for our students. You take them so far, and then hey, now you go and explore this more. And I mean that's kind of what I do with my students too. So I mean, I didn't feel cheated at all. I mean, There's lots of ideas now that have come from that. I'm going to go back and look at that. So now how can I make them grab something even more? That's the getting the hook, Right. So I think you got us hooked, and I think it was great. Don't feel like you slighted us in any way.
All right. I just want you guys to know I'm thinking about it. Like it's important to me that I deliver good content and that I engage my students. And on the web thing, I'm glad Kathleen was around, because I kind of felt lost the whole, wait, what? Oh, and the whole HTML, and that was just me kind of learning. I hope you don't mind. There's an opportunity for me to learn. I want to learn. So, so I think that was good. But I just we got done, and I really think the next step would be let's do some templates or something. So it would have been nice if I had figured that out ahead of time. So that's all I'm trying to say. I want to make sure that I'm doing the right thing by you. That's a big thing for me. That's the one thing that I do have that I try to maintain is that I don't know. So we'll leave it there, right? So I appreciate the nice comments, and I hope that again that you continue to get stuff, get value out of everything that we're doing. It's totally awesome. I saw Heidi up above. Looks like you're going to do a grant for the student kits. That's totally awesome. That's how I did all of my. I got all of my stuff, including all the Vex robotic stuff that we just talked about. I saw James yesterday. You said you are from Harrison, Arkansas, which I think is awesome. I learned how to fish on the White River, which is right near, or fly fish. I learned how to fish a long time ago, but fly fishing on the White River, which is a really good fly fishing river. My uncle's a professional fly fisherman, so they used to live in Mountain Home. So we would visit Bull Shoals quite a bit when I was growing up. My grandmother had a farm in Myrtle, Missouri, so Mammoth Springs area. So been in that area. You're right at the top of what Scenic 7, right? So the highway, the highway there is really neat. So if you ever get a chance, folks, if you've never been to Northern Arkansas, it's really pretty. There's lots of really fun things to do. You can jump over into Missouri and go to Branson. I go to Branson for Silver Dollar City, which is an amusement park, which is totally awesome. So good stuff. I love it. Season pass holder. Yeah. So it's a really great place. If you have kids, grandkids, like we're looking at maybe taking the grandkids out there. We were thinking later this year, but it'll probably be next year before we get around to that one. From the timing, we just said there's a timing issue that we have to deal with. But anyways, awesome. So welcome to day 4. Hold on one second. Here, child, use that tip there. For today 4, right? I went through kind of looked at what people were interested in, and I looked at what I took into account the things that we have available to us, like assuming that we only have a single Raspberry Pi with an operating system. Like I think doing something with Synsat would be really cool, but we don't have Synsats, right? It wasn't on the list. And then TensorFlow, I think that I found some tutorials I thought would be really neat to install TensorFlow, but then as soon as you get it installed, you move right over into cameras, right? And we don't have cameras, right? So, and that's all, machine learning and object recognition and kind of really cool stuff. So I think that would be really cool as a completely on its own. Like we could easily do a class just on TensorFlow and machine learning and object recognition. Like that would take up the whole week. So those that are interested in those kind of things, I think that would be one of those kind of topic classes that Karen's apparently going to let me just do whatever at this point, right? So like, if it's on the Raspberry Pi and there's enough people that sign up, we're going to run a class. So which is, I love that about WASTC and them letting me kind of branch outside of the standard Cisco curriculum. So pretty cool stuff. So what I did do is, and I put the list out on our Google Drive. I put a file out there. Let me share my screen real quick and we can take a look at that. So I came up with some ideas that I think would be really cool. There's a couple that we're just going to so this is a VPN shows up again, and we'll talk about that one. So let me get this. So here's our drive. So ideas for Thursday. So, and I put, these are all linked. These are all hyperlinked items. So the very first one up there, I want to do that one because it's a curiosity of mine. I didn't even know this existed, but this is like a little web interface that allows you to make configuration changes to the Raspberry Pi without having to do all the sudo nano edit kind of stuff, right? You don't have to go into WP supplicant to make changes later on. You can do it all from a web interface. So I really want to kind of do that one. I think it's a pretty straightforward, I don't want to say simple, but it's not a long time frame kind of a project. Okay. So I think that one's going to be totally cool. And then I have a list here, this first page, well, it's actually page and a half, right? Of potential topics, okay? I I'm super interested in this Bitwarden thing. It's a little complicated. The project is going to be, it probably would take us most of the day to do that one. But what that is, Bitwarden is like a password manager that you install on a Raspberry Pi. So you control the password, like the database. Like it's not on like, you know, whatever, 1Pass or all the, you know, password, wherever you would keep your password. And then there's an app that you can put on your phone for you to actually interact with your own password manager. So I think, I don't know, I thought that would be kind of pretty cool as a bigger project that we could kind of work through. Yesterday, I think I want to say, who mentioned, somebody mentioned AnyDesk as a remote access tool. So I found, you know, there's a tutorial on Pi My Life up about AnyDesk. So that's kind of remote connectivity, and it actually allows you to tunnel through your firewalls. So that would be kind of cool. Samba Server, so setting up just a basic file server was one of the options. For those that were in the networking class last week, we did a wireless access point. So I know that they probably aren't going to be interested in that, but everybody else would probably be interested in, you know, in seeing the fact, or, you know, setting up your Raspberry Pi as a wireless access point. Not sure why that won't go away. Oh, there it goes. Own cloud. So if you use any kind of online file system like a Dropbox, like Own Cloud is your way to build your own version of that. So that would be another, I want to say, I don't want to say complicated, but it would be another one that's pretty, there's lots of moving parts to that one. So that'd be another option. And then I know that there's a couple of people that were looking at doing like digital displays. So Screenly would be a digital display. The Raspberry Pi Kiosk using Chromium. So that's kind of neat because you fire up a web page and then you can actually feed it information. So like if you, and I was thinking from the standpoint of like having a robotics competition, we could set up this kiosk and put it on a big screen that we have in the lobbies. And we could feed, you know, the team's scores and the rankings and everything from a web page onto this screen, as you know, or you can use it also as a kiosk to show like network monitoring. So that would be another way for like if you were setting up a like a help desk kind of area and you wanted to have those dashboards that we've been creating, you could kind of drop those onto a kiosk that every time you boot, it boots up the kiosk, loads up the pages that you want, kind of a deal. So that would be another fun project as well. We don't lack for projects, right? MAC address spoofing for those that are in cyber. VPN server, it keeps coming up on VPN server. The thing with VPN server is you typically need to have an Ethernet connection and a wireless connection for that to function properly, and you have to have something on the other side of it to actually see if it's working. So I don't know. I put it here, but I don't think that that's because I don't know that everybody has all the right pieces and parts for that. I think that would be kind of hard to do. The fail to ban is another neat project where it's actually like an intrusion detection / prevention system. It actually monitors traffic, and if somebody's doing like a port scan, it will flag the IP address, and then you actually set it up to communicate with your router, and it will actually add or subtract machines from a whitelist or a blacklist. To, you know, automatically. So if somebody's trying to log into your machine, like it'll notice, you know, multiple logins, somebody trying to break in, it'll actually flag the IP address and then automatically update your blocked list. So that's pretty cool. Also, like from a system admin standpoint, building an email server, I would suspect that for us today, probably more complicated than we would want to tackle. Because there's always something that could go wrong, and I think we'd end up spending most of the time troubleshooting. But I wanted you to be, you know, to see that it was out there. And then the port forwarding, dynamic DNS. A lot of these are going to rely on needing port forwarding and dynamic DNS, so maybe kind of pulling that off later on. You can see in the very bottom, I put Kali down there. I put Home Assistant, not Home Assistant. It should be Home Assistant. There we go, Home Assistant. So I think I remember seeing lots of folks, or a handful of folks, that were interested in kind of doing home automation. I really see home automation like that could be another completely special topics kind of a deal. And I see TensorFlow kind of as a special topics kind of deal. Like I think those two pieces could easily be their own classes where we set up the system at the beginning and we spend the rest of the week, you know, in TensorFlow, we spend the rest of the week training and testing models. And then on Home Assistant, we set up and then we work on plugging things in and controlling things on a home network. So I put them there, not because I think we should do them, but I put them there because I want you to know that I've been thinking about them as options. And I don't know that they, like, I kind of would probably put the VPN down here as well, because I think not because I don't want to do it, but because I think we won't have a way for us to properly test that if you don't have the parts, right? Last week we had the parts. Last week we were required to have Ethernet and a network, you know, and a network switch, and we could plug in multiple Pi, so we could plug a Pi in and then ping to that Pi. And so if you only have one Pi, you can't really test it. So, and if you haven't noticed, I'm a real big fan of testing things. Like that's why we kind of got into my web page not working, or the PHP not working right, because I was testing instead of just following the instructions. So my thinking is for today, I want to do the web admin one just to kind of get started and have a small success early on, right? And then at that point, kind of we can head wherever as a group we want to head. I kind of would like to try this Bitwarden item. I don't know if that's of interest to you or not. That's the password manager deal. So I thought I think that would be something that your students would probably kind of latch on to, having their own private password manager solution. I mean, my password manager now is a notebook, and it's ridiculously full of stuff. So I don't know. So I throw that out there, kind of let you think about what it is that's most interesting to you. If you wouldn't mind, right, maybe think of, let's say, you know, we're going to do the web admin first. We're going to do that one no matter what happens. And then of these other ones, let's say pick two, right? And then just put them in the chat, like, you know, number one, number two, right? And let's see if we can't get a consensus from a class perspective, what it is we want to play with the rest of the day. I'm fairly comfortable just attempting any of these at this point. So, all right. So if you wouldn't mind doing that and put that in the chat, I'm going to step away for 5 minutes so you kind of think about it. If you want to look at the links, these are all hyperlinked. So look at the links. You know, again, I just want your opinion on what's most interesting to you, and then we'll take it from there. Okay. So like I said, I'm gonna step away for 5. I'm gonna go get another coffee real quick so that I can stay awake today. So as fun as this is, if you don't sleep, it's hard to, it's still a struggle.
Sleep is overrated, but also necessary.
Yeah, it is necessary. And I don't know, my shoulder was giving me a hard time. I didn't get to sleep till about 1, and then my alarm went off at 5:30. So, all right, I'm going to step aside. I'll be right back. I'm going to go make a cup of coffee, and I will take a look at what people want to do, and we'll go from there. Okay. We're all over. That's we got a kind of common set. So it looks like seeing Anydesk quite a bit. I saw Bitwarden a couple times. I saw Kiosk a couple times. I saw Screenly a couple times.
I don't know where to vote, but I'm voting for the cloud Pi server, whatever. I'm also down for whatever, so I'm sure it'll be fun.
So we're voting in the chat, and then when you say the cloud Pi server, which there's a bunch of servers here. We've got a file server. We've got the own cloud, which is the file server, or it's your own personal Dropbox kind of a deal. So I'm looking over. I've got so VPN. Still on there, so and we can do it, yeah. So I got a couple of VPNs, so that's good. Screenly, Kiosk, VPN, Bitwarden, Anydesk, Kiosk, Screenly, Bitwarden. So it's kind of the common. So let's see. There's one vote there for dynamic DNS. Cool. Self-hosting Bitwarden. All right, so cool. All right. So I think that's a good set for us to kind of work through, and I think we could probably, well, I think we can pull those first. Yeah, we can pull those off. We have a day and a half. So we're going to do web admin first because I'm curious. And it doesn't look overly difficult. So, and it looks like it actually would be a useful utility to have. And then we've got Anydesk, Bitwarden, Kiosk, and Screenly are going to be the next kind of the big pile. And then if we can, depending on where we're at with those, we also have tomorrow. And I think at that point, maybe try to pull off a VPN tomorrow.
Well, let's be adventurous and do them all.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Let's just grab them all. These 4. We've got a set here that we can go through, and I think that's good because then there's a decent consensus around a handful of these. And if for some reason you are just like, I don't want to do that project, you're welcome to do one of 2 things, right? You can just watch. Or you can grab any of these and do them on your own. I'm not stopping you from doing any of that. You're welcome to just go whatever left-hand turn down whatever rabbit hole you feel like doing. However, I think having us help troubleshoot would be not the thing that's going to happen. So, because then we're going to jump in blind at that point. So yeah, and then I saw a comment Kathleen was talking about, are we doing this next week? And as cool as that would be, I am going to be camping. So we are loading up the RV. We're heading up to the Royal Gorge outside of Pueblo up in the mountains at Canyon City. We're going to visit this really neat castle up there as well. We've got tickets to ride the train. I'm trying to get my wife to do the sky coaster off the edge of the gorge. I don't think she's going to be game for that one. But I think we're going to go have some fun. We're going to go up and take the RV, go hiking. We're going to take our youngest. She got the time off from work. So, and when I say youngest, she's 21. So it's not, she was the one that I don't know if you saw her come through a minute ago. She was having a hard time getting the package open. So Pi GPS, we should do something like that. Like I've thought about that. I'm trying to figure out how could I set up Raspberry Pis to kind of make the this is how I think all the time. Right? How can I make my RV more interactive? Like how could I bring more people in to this thing? We already have an Instagram account where we share everything that we do when we're traveling. So I think that's kind of funny, but I think it'd be really fun to kind of do, how can we, integrate the Raspberry Pi into this? My hope is at some point, right, schools out there or other people that I've run into would want me to come and do a live workshop, and I just take the RV and we bring everything with us and come and hang out for a couple days. So that'll be really fun. Kind of looking through got some direct message. Let me read those real fast before we get rolling. So for those that sent me direct, not a problem. We're good to go there. Awesome. Yeah. So that's where we're at. So yeah, I'm doing the first 2 weeks. We are going to do, we're doing these Raspberry Pi, teaching CIS kind of things. We're going to do those as classes through WASTC. And like I said, I'm going to try to do Twitch streams as well, probably in conjunction with WASTC, just to kind of keep everything in the same place and underneath the same banner. So that'll be good. I did want to share, I think I have the video from my, so this is just so you get a sense of what I'm dealing with. I did a video the other day of my machine or my office, right? So this is, right here is what I have set up in order to take care of you. So, it's just one big long stream of Raspberry Pis. So when you're doing this online, like that's typically what you'll end up with is a whole bunch of things so that you can always have options. Like yesterday, we ran into a problem with that particular machine, the green one that you just saw, when I had it, because I had it multiple IP addresses. So I actually switched to a different machine in order to make sure I switched to this one from the other one. And then I've got the Raspberry Pi 400. I've got my wireless access point down there. So I just thought it'd be fun to see that in the background, just kind of what's going on behind the scenes. In order to deliver these kind of training sessions. So pretty fun stuff. For those that are interested in TensorFlow, right? This Magpie magazine, I'm gonna drop it in the chat real fast. Right, don't pay any attention to the man behind the mirror, right? Or behind the curtain. And even like, especially when you're doing just screen, like you're not doing the video and it's just you talking to a screen, like that's what I feel like the whole time. Just don't pay attention, or don't pay attention to me, pay attention to what I'm showing you on the screen. I put a link into this magazine. These are Magpie magazines, and I think we've talked about them the other day. They're all free to download. Like, so you can get the PDFs of these really, with at no cost whatsoever. This one, which is, I don't know which issue this is. This is issue 71. So it's been a while. They're in the 100 range right now. But right here, this page 58, install TensorFlow. If you just click on that, it actually takes you here. So this is an article that walks you through step-by-step how to install TensorFlow onto the Raspberry Pi. But that is all the article does, is install TensorFlow onto the Raspberry Pi. However, at the very end of the article, he jumps out, he gives you two other articles, and there's one here, how to easily detect objects with deep learning, right? So out to this article, I saw this and I was like, oh my gosh, I want to do this so bad. Look at that. Like, I think that would be totally cool. Again, thinking about, how do I Raspberry Pi up my RV, right? I think it'd be really cool to kind of have this whole object recognition idea going on my Raspberry Pi. But this article kind of walks you through, right? Classifying, localizing, segmenting, like it kind of breaks through all the pieces, walks you through how to do it. It kind of explains how this stuff works. And then he actually has, there's a paper on it. And then he's given you the code on how to make a lot of this stuff work. So if you're interested in machine learning and TensorFlow and object recognition, like Raspberry Pi is a way that you could do that on the cheap, right? Obviously, remember, it's not like it's a supercomputer and we don't have a lot, like the processing is going to take some time on it. However, you can learn it and teach it and incorporate it into what you're doing. The other article, there was two articles that were listed there. The other article that was listed at the very bottom of this install TensorFlow deal is a magic mirror using TensorFlow. So a magic mirror is a really popular project for the Raspberry Pi. And if you look up Raspberry Pi magic mirror, right, it's basically you're going to take a monitor and you're going to mount it behind a see-through mirror, and then you're going to be able to present data like the weather and the news and other kind of things. You can add a camera to it, and TensorFlow will be able to recognize who's in front of the mirror and present specific information, that's key to that particular person. So the kind of fun stuff that you could do with that. I've had a student do something like this, but what they did is the camera was on the front door, right? And the magic mirror was inside the front door. And as somebody approached the door, if they were loaded into his database, right, and they had done the recognition of the person, it would say, hey, Bob's at the door or Mary's at the door. It would tell them, right, via text through the magic mirror who was at the door based on recognition. Or it would say, hey, somebody's there, but I don't know who it is, kind of a thing. And here's a picture. So I've had students build those things, but those are really neat projects that I think you would, that take the student down this machine learning path, AI type of a path, again, using the Raspberry Pi as the baseline for that. So pretty cool stuff. I also, I saved that one. Okay, so it's up there. All issues on the same path. Yeah, so Kathleen's given us in details over there. And then the TensorFlow Lite tutorials, I'm going to copy that in here too. Again, not because we're going to do this, but I wanted you to be aware of this because this is like, I know I saw several people that were interested in kind of machine learning type stuff. So this is for mobile and IoT. There's actually instructions down here for image classification on the Raspberry Pi, object detection on the Raspberry Pi, right? So a couple more articles from TensorFlow, like the company who, or the group that actually built the software on how to do that on the Raspberry Pi, right? So I know that one of the robotics project that we're working on with RoboRave I mentioned yesterday, and it's actually RoboRave and NASA. We're working with a NASA engineer, but we're not using a Raspberry Pi. We're using the NVIDIA Jetson, but we're doing exactly this kind of stuff. TensorFlow, object recognition. We're taking pictures, right, and putting together all the pictures in order to and say this is the bird, this is the bird, this is the bird, this is the bird, right, and all kinds of different birds from different angles, and then having the machine learn that had to recognize a bird. And then, then when you put the robot in a space and you drop a bird in front of it, it's like, oh, that's a bird, right? And then you can tell it, well, if it's a bird, do this or do that, right? Or if it's, I think one of the groups they made this little character that looked like a little COVID with a little COVID, like, the little crown thing, but it had the eyeballs on it and stuff like that. And they would recognize, COVID and it would run away kind of thing. It was really funny. So it's really fun to see the students be really interactive with that. But TensorFlow is a really cool, and you can do it on Raspberry Pi. You can learn machine learning. You can do object recognition. You can do all kinds of really fun things. I was looking at IFTTT. I don't want to go that direction. And then this is another one with Teach Yourself AI, right, with TensorFlow as well. This is yet another article about that. Let me do that one too. So if you are interested in doing anything with TensorFlow and machine learning on the Raspberry Pi, there's a set of resources there that we've shared for you to work on. All right. So the first thing I want to get done today is this web admin. So the article or the tutorial we're going to use is here. We are back to Pi My Life Up. Like I said, I have already paid the $20 just because they deserve my $20. But because these tutorials are so good and I use them all the time. And I'm the first one to say a lot of this stuff is not. I didn't create the tutorials. I could create these tutorials, but I'm not going to reinvent the wheel when somebody's done a really good job with it. We're just going to use their stuff. So I hope you don't mind. So web admin, I'm just going to scroll to the very bottom to kind of show you what I'm talking about. This is what we're looking at trying to do. This is a web interface that you put on the Raspberry, and then you can make configuration changes in a GUI instead of going sudo nano, whatever, etc, WPA supplicant or etc networks or etc whatever. Like instead of doing that kind of thing, you basically go to this interface and manage it from there. So like I said, super excited about like seeing this work. I've never done it. I saw it. I'm like, oh, I didn't even know that existed. Like, so this is pretty cool. So web admin is an excellent way. It's a web-based utility for system admin, right? So this thing, I think we're going to set it on top of Apache. Well, you can control these items, right? So all these other things that we've been doing, right? The Apache that we set together, the MySQL, the MariaDB. If you do DHCP or PHP, like you can manage all those software packages from this this interface, right? So pretty cool stuff there. We need a Raspberry Pi, micro SD card. When you have the SD card, you obviously need to have the operating system there, power supply, and then some kind of internet connectivity. Okay. So you need one of your Raspberry Pis booted up.
Should we use the same one from yesterday, or should we use the plain one?
I'm fairly comfortable that we could use the one from yesterday.
Okay.
So I think I'll do the same thing. So I think the last one that I used was, trying to think, I think I was using 12 is the last one I used. So when I say 12, it's the IP address. So I think I was using this was the last one that I was using. So we're going to just go ahead and we'll use this one. Let's drop this off to the side. Let's put this here. I need a monitor that's slightly bigger so that I can have these split a little bit better. Sudo apt update, sudo apt upgrade. I don't believe we're going to have lots of anything necessary that we need to add.
Hey, Karen.
Yes.
So maybe you may target Black Friday. So this was 2 years ago, Black Friday. I happened to buy two 65-inch televisions for $500, $250 each.
Oh my gosh.
So that's what I'm using. So maybe you may want to target Black Friday.
Is that what you're using on as your monitor?
Yes.
Oh my God. I want that.
Yep.
Why did you have to say that out loud? My wife, I'm going to let my wife know you said that. Like, so she's mad at you and not me. When she shows up and I've got a 65-inch monitor on my desk.
Trust me, when my wife saw it, she said, it's not fair.
Yeah, it's like, what are you doing?
I'm always teaching my students, I need this thing.
Yeah. And that's, you know what, I'm okay with that. Like, and I think not as an excuse, but truly, if this is what you do for a living, then, you need the right equipment. I've always been you need the right equipment kind of a thing. And it's like, it's always been a struggle. Like as I was building businesses and doing that, like I would buy the equipment that we needed to do the job right. And my wife would freak out because of how much it costs. And well, you could have got it, you could have got this cheaper one, or like the big debate in our house has always been like, historically I've bought Craftsman tools because they have a lifetime warranty and they're nice and strong. And they always, for me, they've always worked. Right. And she's like, well, why can't we just go to Harbor Freight and buy it for like, 1/3 of the cost? I said, because it'll break. Like the very first time I try to use it, it'll break. And then I got to go buy another one. And then I can't use that tool and I can't finish the job. And you get mad because it's like, and first of all, she doesn't get mad. It's just one of those, like, you know what I mean? Like it's always a conflict. Like, so buying the right tools, having the right things. I have a 31-inch monitor, which I still think I need more space because obviously the way this is set up, it's not going the way I want it to be. More room there. And then I've got an older, like I've got a 9-year-old, 10-year-old monitor off to the side that I use to kind of prep everything. So, so it's not, I have good equipment. I have decent equipment, but it's like a little bit bigger would be nice. I've just, better equipment. We upgraded our computers this year because of the same exact thing. Like, we've got to get work done. And, when you have a machine that's just struggling the whole time, especially doing online work, like, I had an older processor that just wasn't keeping up, and, I'd have all kinds of, connectivity issues and things like that. So it's like, you've got to have the right gear. You just can't go without it. Especially if you're going to use it to make money, right? Tools and supplies in order to make a profit, and profit or earn a living, right? Earn an income. I'm a serial entrepreneur. Everything I do, I always try to figure out how can I make the expenditures an actual taxable expense, right? So it looks like I tried to do an upgrade. I just wanted to double check and make sure I didn't need anything, which is good. I think most of you are going to be in that same place. You don't need to, unless you have a new operating system, but I wanted to double check, you never know if updates came out in the meantime. So so we need to do the required packages, right? This is this kind of common process that we're going to do pretty much every time you do any of these tutorials. We need to install the packages that we need to run this web admin. So Perl, libnet.ssley-perl, OpenSSL, some more Perl components, some runtime components, app show versions, and Python. Okay. And this is kind of an all-encompassing. We already have Python installed, so it should hopefully ignore Python, but we'll see. So I'm going to hit paste over here, and we'll see what kind of damage we're going to do here as far as an installation is concerned. So we've got 450 kilobytes of archives. We're going to add an extra 1.6 meg of data to our disk. So not a big deal. So yes. And then it also says Python is I didn't miss that. If I'm going to scroll back up, But right here, Perl is already the newest version. Perl set to manually install. Python is already the new version, right? So it's checking the versions. That's why we do those that update, sudo apt update. It's going to check to make sure, and it's not going to install if you already have it. Like that's what I was hoping that would happen. Like so, so if you go out and you try to type in an install on something you already have, it's not gonna bother with it because you already have it. Especially if it's the latest version.
This is where kind of like whenever I was asking for the class, what size card do we need? Typically with these projects that you've seen, Carrie, what is you said 32 gigabyte SD cards are pretty good. Have you ever come across one where you needed some? Because I mean, you can get them up to like 512.
Yeah, you
I mean,
can.
You get monsters. You're going to pay for them, but
right.
You can get huge ones.
I think you can. On my, like I have a mix of 16s, 32s, and 64s. I have some leftover 4s from way long time ago, and I think if we were going to do like a Lite version into a like a Pi Zero for a project, I think I would use one of those instead of like dropping in a bigger one. For everything I've ever done in any of my classes, I have never needed anything more than 16. I've never run anywhere close to running out of disk space or SD card space with a 16 gig card. The fact that you can buy 32 gig cards for like $1 more than 16 pushes me to want 32 gig cards. And then I bought some 64s just in case, like maybe, maybe if I wanted to add some like media to that drive, if I wanted to do like a media server or something like that, I think if you're going to do something like that, then yeah, the bigger ones. If you're going to do any kind of media server, maybe a game like the RetroPie kind of thing, those, even then the MAMEs are pretty tiny for the, the games that are pretty small. But if you're going to do something like that, or you're going to do something that's going to store pictures, like lots of pictures and things, maybe you get a bigger one. But in my classes, and I have been teaching Raspberry Pi in the classroom as a course for probably 4 or 5 years now, right? Where in a classroom, I've been doing it outside the classroom for longer than that, but in the classroom, 16 has always worked, right? 16 has always been a good number. 32s are affordable. They, I think you get twice as much space for a very small, uptick in the amount of money. You can get 64s. They typically are normally about twice the cost. I think if you go past that, especially from a student perspective, if you go past that, then you're getting into, the SD card costing as much as the computer. And then if you break it or it gets corrupted or something happens to it, then that is done. Like you're done with it. You can't really use it again. So from that perspective, I would recommend, right, 32s. And knowing your students are going to, they'll buy whatever they feel like buying, right? So most of them will, if you tell them the recommended is 32, acceptable is 16, you'll have multiples come back. And in my case, I have them buy their gear. They'll come back and say, well, can I use a 64? Yeah, you're welcome to use a 64. I'm not going to stop you. Right. But you kind of, at that point, the onus is on them to not break it and not cause problems and not have issues and then be upset because they have to go buy another $35 or $30 card, right? Or $20 card, whatever they are at this point. I would actually prefer them to buy smaller card that has better performance, right? So if we think about it that way, right? So SD card speeds.
Well, and not only that, you wouldn't spend as much time formatting and prepping and all of that stuff too. So
right, yeah. So at that point, right, the Raspberry says a class 10, right? So class 10, normal SD card class 10 is acceptable for the Raspberry Pi. However, if they can do a U3 or even V30s and higher, right, they're going to get better performance out of it. They'll have, you know, and so I would rather them buy a smaller card with better performance, just to minimize any kind of annoyances, right? Because you kind of see a couple times this week, and I really haven't said anything about it, but if you click on the Chromium, it takes a little while for that sucker to come up, and you're like, oh, you know, this is, and that's kind of to today's mentality. It used to be like if you were down, that was a problem. If you were slow, everybody was used to it. Now, if it's slow, that's the problem. Like if you have slow, and I've been that same way too. Like if I'm trying to do something and it's too slow, I'm like, forget it. I'm gonna go do something else. Which is a weird attitude to have because it's, you know, we're able to do all kinds of things now that we couldn't do as quickly as we can do them now. And even a little bit of a delay is, you know, people kind of tend to just give up on it really fast, right? Are you with the URL for this? Oops, I did not want to do that. Let me refresh this. That's what I want. Okay. So this is just, I mean, I went out to sdcard.org to get the classes. So you can kind of see, and you can see the, you know, what the format of each of these are, what the idea of each of these is able to handle, right? So the bigger, the better, the faster. And then, you know, I recommend that, you know, they ask, where should I get these? You can get these on Amazon. You can run to Walmart and get an SD card, right? Go to the camera section. There's SD cards that are designed for cameras. Those are going to be the better ones that you have available. And they're usually relatively cost effective, right? You know, I spend maybe $7 on 16 gig cards at the most. I'll buy the nicer 32 gigs. The last set I bought was a nicer 32 gigs, and I paid about $12, $12.50, something like that, for those cards. Cool. All right. So we did the installation. You know, if you guys have questions as we go, right, anything that will help you, you know, kind of figure out how to help your students or how to set up your class or anything like that, let me know. So the following, this one here is going to get us the Debian specific file for the web admin utility. Okay. So this is like an MSI file, right, that you would put in Windows, right, to do the installation.
Do we do the latest version? There, I believe there's a latest version available.
Oh, is there one? Is there a newer one?
I just put it in the chat. It's 1979.
Okay, awesome. Thanks for pointing that out. Right, so we want to change. Is it 1.79 here? So we just put a 7.9 in that
19,
spot.
It's 1.19 or it's 1.979.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna do that over here. And so I think, so to show everybody what Kathleen and Daniel are talking about is we went out here and we saw that right here, this is the latest package. Actually, here's the actual command, right? So you can copy the command right here. We're doing the same command, but ours says 1920. Why am I not seeing my, oh, there it is. I need to move my, right? So all I really need to do is right here is change out the 20 for 79, and I'm going to get the latest and greatest. Right? So that's going to give me the latest package from WebAdmin, right? So the newest version. I'm going to go back to the installation because then you can see here sudo dpkg. So actually, let's. I'm going to copy this web link out. Did somebody put it out there already? This is the web link for WebAdmin, the download components, and then the documentation. Primary documentation is now the WebAdmin wiki. So here's the documentation for this program. Put that in the chat as well. Okay. Cool. I'm back to the instructions. It looks like it's downloaded the file for me. Now we need to run the dpkg, which is going to install this. Okay. So paste. So this is going to do the, whoa. Do I need to move to a directory? It's right there. Oh, I know what my mistake is. I didn't change.
Didn't
to
change
70
the-
to
yeah.
79. Okay. I copied the 20 right out of the instructions, right? And this will be one of those things that you'll have a student, I ran it and it gave me an error. Like, so let's look at what's going on, right? So 79 is what was the problem. So that should do that. Now, the next thing, so DPKG. So Debian Packet Manager, right? So I'm going to just, again, copy this out into the, so we have documentation on the actual package manager. We're just running the command, right? And we can see from this, right? This package manager is going to install a Debian package, right? So it's the Debian package manager, and we're just simply installing it. There's other things that you can do, obviously. But for our perspective, I like to have that information available so that we can dig into it. All right. And then once this is installed, right, which is, we'll see if we have conflicts here because it looks like we're firing up another web server. Well, we are putting on a different port, so. Has anybody got past this on the machine that we used last night and it functions? Not being web proficient. I'm going to go with that. Like not being web proficient. I'm always a little leery. Like I'm pretty sure this machine has a web server already built in, but we just replaced, or we just set up another maybe type of web server. And are we going to have a conflict or
it works? It comes up.
Okay. I don't know. I'm being curious. I'm talking out loud.
I have to tell you, my whole dissertation was on the establishment of web development as a profession.
Okay.
Because people don't realize it's like electrical engineering versus software development. You know, it's its own unique area. So don't feel bad.
It is, and I know I sound like a broken record. I'm not a web person. I'm not a web person. I'm not a web.
And I'm not a network person, but I teach networking. Same
Right.
kind of thing, yeah.
And that's why, I'm okay kind of getting into it and figuring out, and I learn, right? So every time I do these things, I learn more, right? So, and the more that I learn, the better off I'll be. And at some point, right, you know, I'm a pretty good generalist. I do lots of things. So I understand, you know, or even if I don't understand, I at least got the concepts understood, so I can kind of work through those things. And I think that's kind of one of the hopes that I have for a lot of my students is that, you know, yes, you need to be as good as you can be with the topics you're learning, but you really want to kind of learn a lot. You know, don't just because you're a networking that's what your core is. Like, you shouldn't ignore programming, or you shouldn't ignore web, or you shouldn't ignore cyber. You should have a good sense of all of these things. All right, so I'm going to go HTTP. Oh, I should do that from a browser, right? I'm like, why am I typing this in on the command line? Let me open up a browser. Actually, I could do that over here. Oh, wow. That's not what I want. I want this command that I wrote over here. Okay. So I'm just using my browser here. I brought up another brought Chromium over here to try it on the machine itself. So below is the address to access web admin. You'll receive a warning because SSL is invalid, right? So we'll look at that in a little while. Enter your username and password. If you haven't changed it, you're just going to use the basic Pi and Raspberry, right? So username is Pi. and Raspberry.
If you don't learn anything, you'll definitely learn the actual spelling of raspberry.
Right. Yeah. You have to know how it's spelled, right? There's a P in there. Raspberry. Yeah. So this is actually pretty cool, right? So this is giving me kind of similar information that we were getting from our assignment yesterday afternoon, right? Maybe not in the details, but you can see like we've got some really useful charts here. The disk space, real memory, my virtual memory, my CPU is pretty much just hanging out, right? What the name of it is, you know, what version of Linux we're using, what version of this tool we're using, right? The network interface information down here, right? Pretty cool stuff. I'm gonna make this big. And before we do that, let's take a look here. So we'll get to the config in a minute. I want to do a little bit of exploring, and then we'll go into the config. Let's just take a look real fast and see kind of what this looks like. Wow, look at this. So now I like this better than what we did yesterday. So much. Yeah. So this is how yesterday afternoon should have looked, right? The nice thing about initial state, however, is it is a internet-based solution, so I can get to that interface from anywhere. Like this interface is basically on this machine, but if I'm in house, right, I'm on my network, like this kind of web admin tool, that's pretty cool. I like that. We got some disk usage down here, you know, different, you know, what types of disk or what kind of formats we're using, how much is used, right, your space, right? So yeah, this is a 64 gig card, and I literally have 51 gigs available, right? So not a lot of use going on there. All right. So backup config files, change language. I'm looking on the left-hand side over here, right? Web admin configuration. Here's system, boot up and shut down. So what you're supposed to be able to do with this, we'll see if it gives us a link here or changes the page for me. You can see it doing something across the top. So yeah, so this is actually, oh, look at this. This is nice. So this actually, this is giving us insight like you would normally get from a Windows machine, like looking at Task Manager and the startups and all of the different MS config and all those kind of things. Like we're getting that now on the Raspberry, which I think this is, you know, as a sysadmin, this is nice stuff to see kind of what's booting up, right? What's getting started at the beginning, what's not, you know, do I need to turn these things on or turn these things off, right? I like that. That's Lite. You can change your passwords here, right? So select the username to change the passwords, right? So we've got all these different, here's that WW data that we did the other day, right? All kinds of good stuff. Here's Pi, right? Oh, this is neat. I like this. So you can file system backups. So you can set up backups to go into a tar format. So I'm assuming in the background it's probably going to run a DD command that will generate those items. And kind of jump down here to tools. Like you can get to the command shell from here, or you can actually execute command from here. File manager from here. Wow. I'm sorry, this is cool. I'm like getting a little nerdy all of a sudden. So this is pretty neat, right? So there's PHP configuration. If this had PHP on it, right? There's no files there for that, but we do have Perl modules because I think we installed Perl modules as part of, we're waiting for it to go. You can see the little red across, I don't know if you see the red across top, and you can see if it's there, right? It will allow you to, you know, set those things up. So networking, we can monitor our bandwidth. Wow. How cool. There's my Apache. Oh, I think we have Apache running, right? Yeah.
Could you also monitor all the machines on the network with this?
I
Or
don't
is
know
that
if we
from the
can.
local machine?
So I'm logged into the local machine. I don't know if we can add, and that's maybe we go into the documentation. Can we add other machines to a single interface? I don't know. Here's the dashboard. It's up here on across the top, but at that point, I mean, maybe, you know, if you have a set of links, like I would think, I'm trying to figure out if we can add them and we can just change. I don't know if we can or not. This seems like it's on a single box, right? So we would put this web admin tool on all of the boxes and then be able to get to them from here. And I'm thinking, then that gets me thinking, like the little web server that we created, could we not create a web page that has like little buttons that are links out to each of these admin pages? So you have one admin page that you just click on whichever computer you want to go to, right? I don't know if there's alerting that we can set up here. This is all new to me, and that's why I'm kind of, I don't know. What I'm seeing, I really like. Like, there's a lot of insight here that we haven't had before now, right? I mean, there's a ton of it here. That's pretty cool. Running processes, you know, you can schedule, you know, what are the cron jobs that are scheduled, right? Right, there's that Apache 2 password, right? These are all things that are going to run. If we looked at, like, if we set up web admin on the monitor, the speed monitor, like we would see that job there. And you can see what users is running and then if they're active or not. This is, yeah, there's a lot of really cool things going on here. So here's a package manager, right? Software package updates, right? And all of ours, mine should be updated, so it shouldn't be a problem, but we're going to go check them out and see what's going on. I don't know if we can server. So we go to servers, Apache. Well, that's just the web servers and stuff like that. Let's go to web admin. Well, let's just ask what's the question we want to ask? Can you, so web admin, right? So right. So this kind of idea. So manage multiple Linux servers. There's 4 free tools. Web admin, cluster web admin servers. If you're familiar with web admin user module, create a new local user, web admin discussion, multiple servers. So this may be this SourceForge. So it looks like it's individualized based on what I'm. But then if we go, now then this gets us like, you know, how can we manage them multiple, and that here's some tools that they talk about. So cockpit. So maybe this is a different tool that we could use instead of that to manage, to manage multiple servers. Webmin, Nagios, which we looked at earlier, right? We did that last week. Sorry, we didn't look at it earlier. Last week, the networking group, we did that one. And then ISP config. So again, like from a management standpoint, right? I'm going to drop this into the chat. We already have the web admin documentation there, but I don't know. This is neat. I really like this. I think it gives you a lot of flexibility. So if you have, if you're setting up a network and you've got web servers and maybe you set up that email server that we looked at, and you have, different, DHCP, DNS, we can actually connect to them and do some insight. I would want, so one of the things that I'm thinking, as far as having multiple servers, I mean, you could create a shortcut folder and then just have each of the servers listed, and then you hit that and you can go to that server and do your things, and then go to the next server and do your things. It doesn't look like you can look at them all at the same time. But if we have them set up, and I don't know if there's alerting in here or not, but if we can have them set up with alerting, So it looks like there is a tad bit of alerting over here. There's probably something, again, we'd have to dig into the documentation for it. But I don't know, I'm impressed. I don't know what you guys think of this, but I'm like, the information that we got, that we were looking at yesterday, and we had to go, this is all here, and it's got all kinds of, what's the uptime on this? What's the average load, right? All of that is, and you can see the charts down here for disk IOs and network IOs, right? And you can see that on a per device basis, right? So kind of thinking to that idea that I've mentioned a couple times, let's say we have a small business, and instead of running on, instead of buying a massive $2,000 or $3,000 server and running everything there, maybe we set up maybe 3 or 4 Pis, spend a couple $100, add a network attached storage to the network, and then control everything from there. And this would give me then insight into each of those and be able to make configuration changes and make sure that they're performing the way they need to perform. Make backups, right? We can make backups of that from this utility, which is, I don't know, I think it's cool. I'm really liking it a lot. I'm liking it a lot. In fact, I think I'm going to want to have this as an exercise in the IoT class. Like, once you get your Raspberry up and running here, let's get this where we can actually have some insight into what's going on in this machine. So then they start to integrate this thinking of, right, I think it's important from from a sysadmin perspective, even if you're just a simple help desk, level 1 help desk individual, the more you understand about what's going on overall, and the more you've seen these charts, the easier it is for you to grow, right, and become better at IT. You can see my virtual machine, my virtual memory is getting beat up, right? And this is a good example of, as a sysadmin, when I see red, that's where my eyes go, right? No matter what dashboard I'm looking at, as a sysadmin, red means I need to fix something, right? So in this case, like, now I'd want to dig into what's causing this to be, virtual memory to be at 100%. Do I need to make a change to that? Is there something I can do to make a change to that? To get that back into, say, a green area of usage, right? And that's a swap file. Looks like I'm actually swapping out. So that's there's not a whole lot I can do without that, right? I'm kind of stuck, because if I only have a gig of RAM, which I think is, this one is a Raspberry Pi 3B Plus, I only have a gig of RAM. There's nothing I can do other than like reducing down what's running. Like, go and look at what I've got running. I think I've got 2 different web kind of services running on this thing. I maybe have some background processes, and that's where I can jump into that from here. So this is pretty cool. I hope you guys, maybe I'm the only one that's getting a kick out of this. So
that's really pretty cool that, we could put them up and compare the processors. So I compared like the 4 versus the 3B. That would be really cool.
Yeah, you can see them next to each other.
Yeah.
And maybe running the same kind of software, you can kind of see what the differences are. You can look at a 2 gig, a 4 gig, an 8 gig, right? And see where we're at performance wise. Yeah, I think that's, yeah. And then they can, even then, like, maybe even throwing it onto a Pi Zero, and you can even, like, you've got this range of things that you can see operating. Yeah, I love it. That's really good. Really good.
Quick question.
Okay.
We are doing all these.
I'm having a really hard time on the microphone.
Them open source application kind of. Do we? Can you hear me?
I'm having a hard time hearing you. Actually, it's like there's a lot of like feedback and kind of echo, a little bit of echo.
Okay. Well, let me try again.
Okay.
Is this better, or is the same with echo?
Kind of the same. It's like I'm catching it every once in a while. I'm catching a little bit, and then it goes kind of goes away.
Well, okay. Well, maybe doing some other time.
Or type it in the chat, or I wish there was a way like you could just talk into chat, right? Like so it'll type it out for you like a phone would do. Okay. Yeah. So chat, if you want to put it in chat, that would be the easiest. Because it was, and I apologize. It was really, I was having a hard time understanding anything. Every once in a while, I get maybe the fifth or sixth word, and that would be about it. So we've got
Kerry.
Yes.
You the browser is running on your
PC.
Windows machine, right? Yeah.
It's on my PC.
Yeah. But why are you running that you have 100%? That is strange.
Yeah, this is the virtual machine on the Raspberry, and that's in the background. So that's I mean, we could probably try to dig into that at some point, but that would be right. That would be exactly why we have these dashboards. That seems like a problem. Like it shouldn't be that way. It seems like it's writing things off to the disk. Like, so there may be lots of things going on the back end of this that I'm not.
Because I just I installed on a brand new Pi, but it's a Raspberry Pi 3, and I'm having only 50%.
So I'm gonna close. I'm gonna close this Chromium browser that was on that machine. This is that machine.
That could be Chromium is terrible. Yeah, on a Raspberry Pi 3.
So this is the running processes now, and then if I go back to my dashboard, I shut down Chromium. Oh, I got a percentage back.
Oh yeah, that's
no, I lost it. There's still something else going on in the background. And if we go to system and go to
this is the one that you did with the web server and PHP and all the stuff, right?
Yeah, and look, Nagios is running.
Oh yeah.
This has everything on it. I got Apache running on this thing. I got Nagios running on this thing. I think this is still running the links out to initial state too. I think there's all kinds of stuff going on in the background, right? So this one, I'm beating the crud out of this particular machine.
So I think if you want to use this for management, you will just put the Raspberry Pi 4 with 4 or 8 gigs and use them just for management. That'll be probably better.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Agreed.
I don't know much about this other than what I saw today, but if you go to their website, it looks like to me that they've got on top of this virtual men and cloud men that are managing virtual instances.
Oh my gosh. Really?
So I'm totally going to look at this for my virtual class.
Virtual Men Pro.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
So.
Oh, here's CloudMen. Yeah. So CloudMen, it's a UI built on top of WebAdmin to manage virtual systems such as Zen, KVM, OpenVZ. That's awesome. Yeah. Apache Virtual Host, Bind, DNS, MySQL. There's, again, I think somebody mentioned it's open source. These are all open source things. There's lots of really cool stuff. Obviously, if they have a pro version, there's some effort to keep things running. That's usually the issue with open source, is that at some point they run out of a way to pay for it. I think this is, I don't know. I think this is a really cool app. I think there's all kinds of really neat things. Anything that will help your students gain insight into what's going on, I think is a really good thing. And again, as a sysadmin instructor, this is definitely high on my list of things I want them to try out. So I'm wondering, how does it get there? So WebAdmin config. Oh, look at there. That's how you get there. So tons of options. They have the Webmin wiki, which we've been looking at in the background there. Right. We want to secure your admin by changing the password and setting up 2-factor authentication. So we can do that. You can do that as well. Actually, there isn't any more configuration. They're just going to show you where you can go to do these things. But you can, in the wiki, it walks you through setting up two-factor authentication. I think it uses maybe like the Google Authenticator or something like that. That way, then that would be a really nice kind of add-on to this. Like once we have it set up and running, let's set up a different user. Let's set up two-factor authentication so that we know that we don't have people just randomly connecting to this server because they found the port open and they're able to log in because we don't have it secured. And then you can see from all of this, we can like start modifying all the configuration items that are in here. Here's your two-factor authentication right there. IP access control, right? Web server can be configured or denied. So that's going to be based on the web. This is web admin stuff. So how you configure web admin. And how we connect to it. You could set up SSL encryption, right? So then you're setting up encrypted communications to the web admin. So there's not any kind of plain text, anything going back and forth, right? Again, all of that going to be in the web admin, and this will be that point where we're gonna end the tutorial. But there are all these crazy cool things that you can do continuing on in this, right? I would definitely I could wrap around all kinds of management things around this utility being on these devices, and as we add different services, we can tweak how it's watching those and presenting the data for us so that we understand. Again, gaining insight into the system and how it works. The biggest thing for me, right? You want to know what's normal, right? Because then if something is not normal, that's where we have to act as a sysadmin. Or network admin or whatever, whatever moniker you want to put on that, right? So I love it. I like this a lot. I think this was really cool.
Another workshop.
Yeah. We again pick any of these topics, like where we stop, the workshop begins, right? We're doing a survey, like we're doing the whole 30,000 foot thing. Like if we want to drop down to 10, like that's going to take a week. So you're exactly right. All right. So that was the real quick. We got a success. I'm loving it. Right. I love it. All right. So we've got AnyDesk, Bitwarden, Kiosk, and Screenly are the other ones. Let's jump to Screenly, but I think this is a good time. We're about that hour and a half point. And let's take a 10-minute break here. We'll come back. Let's take a look at Screenly. Maybe we can set up Screenly and get that functioning. So that's going to be a digital display. You're going to probably want to have, if you have a monitor, you're going to want a monitor for that. We can set it up remotely, but then you're going to want a monitor to present what's going on. I am not sure if we're able to see that from through the VNC. If we can, great. If we can't, then I can pull cameras and you can see what's going on over here, right? Cool. So what do we got? We have some. I'm gonna look in the chat before we drop out here. Yeah, it is an interesting point because I saw somebody say that's an interesting point. So, Tuan's saying, if you can read the chat, but we are doing all these fun apps open source, right? Do we get the confidence that the creators of these fun apps are not pulling our legs behind the scenes, backdoor? I'm curious. Yeah, I mean, it depends. Like I will tell you that like the tutorials that we're using from Pi My Life Up, I'm never 100% confident, right? It's just, that's in my nature. Like, so this is a high 90s for me, that I'm comfortable with the recommendations that Pi My Life Up is giving me. If I'm just randomly going out there and trying to find like a web admin utility, and I come across one on the web, then I'd want to do some additional, background checking, researching, things like that. For example, I'll even bring, the other day I saw, I was flipping through one of the social media things, and I saw a really amazing Star Wars Hawaiian shirt, right? It had, the Death Star on it and Star Destroyers and X-wings, and like it was really cool. The graphics were really awesome. And then well, let me go check this out. And like it was like the website was like CONLION or something like that. And I'm like, I've never heard of that one. So I went and looked, and you can look up, like, is this legit kind of a thing? And there's several web pages out there that have kind of statistics around those things. And they're like, this website was created in, October of last year. And, it's not there's not a lot of traffic to it. And right. And so one of them gave like a confidence level of like 29% out of 100, like 29 out of 100. And one of them was like, it seems like it's legit. We haven't seen any, they're not on any blacklist anywhere. They're not on any threat lists, right, Joe? They're not on any kind of, right. So I'm like, you know what? I probably would have been okay, right, going out and buying that shirt. But I'm like, you know what? Like, by looking at a couple of them, like, I'm not 100%, right? So I didn't do it. I'm so sad because it's a really amazing shirt for geeks like me.
There's also the documentation. There's a guy who developed it is Jamie Cameron. So there is a name, there's an email address access, and he's been around for quite some time. So I think you're right about that. You just have to do your diligence and do your research. That's all.
Yeah, and that's kind of the point I'm making. Like, I did due diligence the other day, didn't put my PayPal information into that website because I wasn't confident. Because this was recommended by Pi It Up or Pi My Life Up, which I have used repeatedly for as long as that website has been around, like, I'm confident that they're not going to put me in a place where I'm using software that's going to be a problem, right? If I'm finding this stuff on my own, then yeah, I'm going to want to go and do some research and things like that, especially when they have, like Kathleen said, like when there's names associated to it and legitimate emails, you can go look it up. Like, you can go look those things up, just like you can look up news articles, right? You can say, is this fake? Is this not fake? Right? I don't know the name of that. There's a big website that does that kind of thing, but right. You can look those things up. Like, and I think you should always, like, I'm coming to you with this, I'm confident that we're in good shape, right? If I was randomly picking something out and I just, I found a tutorial and it was from somebody that I had no idea about, and it was using some software that looked kind of janky, or there was something weird going on. Another reason why I pull up the documentation, every single project we've done, I go find other documentation, right? Because if it's there and it's legit, and I can see multiple, links to it, and I can, you can get a confidence level that you're comfortable with, right? So because something is open source doesn't mean that they're trying to pull your leg, right? Most of the time, especially these larger open source projects, they are legitimately trying to provide you with a cool application, a cool service, with the mindset of not being proprietary, right? That's the big thing, right? It's proprietary, right? It's software that we're not going to share, other than if you want to use it, you're welcome to license it, right? You don't own any software you ever put on your machine, by the way, right? It always owns the company who's made it owns the license, right? You're just borrowing it. So you pay for the privilege to borrow the software. Yeah. So anyways, I hope that answers the question. And then
one question after the break, you say Bitwarden or AnyDesk?
I think we're going to try Screenly right after. We'll try Screenly. Like, we'll try to make a digital display board.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that'll be the next one. And then do one other question. It was sent to me directly, but I think it's a question that we can talk about for the whole class. So the question is, are there things that you wouldn't run on the same device, right? And I think we started kind of alluding to that earlier today. Like, we're putting a web admin utility, which is a web-based thing, on a box that already has web-based things running. Like, in fact, Nagios is running on this machine because I never turned it off from last week. And then we did some other web-based stuff yesterday on this machine. And I was starting to get concerned that, like, this would break it, right? And it could have. So to kind of figure out what works on the, the same units, you've got to play with that. Like, if they're running on the same set of, like if they're both running on Apache and they both need port 80, then you're going to have to go into configure different ports and do the whole colon port thing to get access to it. And so that maybe takes some time to figure out. But I haven't seen anything like this legit says you know, don't run this on, you know, don't run this with this other package. I think it's that's going to be experimentation on your part to see what works and doesn't work. Like this one, the web admin tool or the webmin tool is meant to be a background thing where I can get insight to what's going on with my Apache server and Perl and PHP and DNS. And like, so it's meant to be on machines running all these other things. I think if you start to do maybe multiple, I would be concerned about multiple web kind of things on the same box at the time. We've run DNS, DHCP, wireless access, firewalls, all kinds of stuff on the same box, as long as you've got them configured the right way, and they you know, designed to work. They're designed to work together. So nice. So the guy that wrote WebAdmin, or the guy that's in charge of this project, has actually written a book too that she's that Kathleen has shared. So that's awesome. So the book, yeah, the book might be, you know, managing Linux systems. Like, so he built a utility to manage Linux systems, which, and you see the utility, this utility literally is amazing. Like, it's really cool. All right. All right. So the 10-minute break that we were going to take, we're now going to take, right? So 10 minutes, we'll come back, we'll do Screenly. So 45 after the hour, let's come back and try Screenly, and then we'll just keep on trucking. All right. Awesome. Time to get a snack. What's going on, Kat? Sorry. I have the door open so we can, it gets hot in it. Oh, it gets hot in here. It's 100. It's supposed to be 100 today outside. So the cats are coming in. All right.
Ooh, cats in space. I see a melodrama coming up.
Exactly, right? So here he goes. It's kind of through space. He's
Space kitty.
He's so pliable. He just lets you grab him and do whatever. We have another cat who, like, if you get anywhere within 6 feet of him, he runs away. Never been mean to him once, and he still just runs away no matter what happens. Unless you have food, then he wants to talk to you. All right, so I think on this one, I am going to use a new, like, I'm going to use a different Raspberry for this particular project. You can, if you have a fresh OS, that would be great. If not a big deal. I think, look, if, I don't know, it depends on what you've done, right? So I would pick whichever device you have the least amount of things on at this point. Like the one that we're looking at on my screen, this one here, it literally has projects from last week and this week all running at the same time. I think that's where that virtual memory being maxed is and why it's a little bit slow to respond. So on this one, I'm going to go ahead and drop off of this one. And I'm going to jump over to a different one. So I do have a Raspberry Pi 400 set up. And I believe, I don't think I've connected to it because it was, I just turned on VNC, and VNC is going to be on 150. So 172.17.69.150. So at this point, I'm just going to kind of let you know, you get a machine functioning and connected. Like, so, you know, if you need to plug in a new SD card, or if you had an SD card, you know, from the one that we had taken out the other couple days ago. It seems like a couple days ago now. Like, I don't know, these all run together after a while, right? I think pick the one that you has a minimum amount of stuff on it, right? That's kind of the thinking here. And I don't know, again, I don't know that this is going to be a thing where, like, it would probably work on my number 12 there. It would probably work there. However, right, I really want it to kind of be, you know, to run efficiently and not slow because of the, so I'm going to put this on a brand new one. If you're going to do this for reals, right, I would think maybe put web admin right? So you can get that insight to this thing and then put on Screenly. And then at that point, you're going to attach that device to the back end of a monitor or a TV, right? Connect it with HDMI. You can use Wi-Fi to connect it to your network. And then you're going to use a web page to get to it to upload files, right? You just basically log in, and it's kind of like an FTP where you just drop files onto it, or that's how it used to be. I haven't done this exercise in a little while. I know that it functions. I helped my dad set one up at his church, right? So, and he continues to use it to this day. Saved all kinds of money buying they were able to buy a cheap TV and throw on a $35 Raspberry, and off they went, right? I am interested in this from a standpoint of like in our lobby area in our building, being able to, display kind of normal things, especially if we're having competitions or workshops and things like that. We've hosted, video game esports type nights as well, esport events. We've robotics, things like that. So I always looking at how can we utilize these to help spread information, and that's what the Screenly will do for us. Okay, so this is a pretty fresh install. It's running on, like I said, it's running on a Pi 400, right? The desktop, that keyboard version of the Raspberry Pi. Okay. Which I really like. Like, we talked about that on the first day, like the different types of devices. Like if you have monitors that you can plug your Raspberries into, I really like this as a solution, right? Because everything is contained in it. If you don't have monitors, I would lean more towards the Pi Top, the newer Pi Tops. So, okay, let's take a look at this and see what we can come up with. I'm hoping that, if you need, right, I'm hoping that you have a access to a Raspberry in one of your Raspberries, right? Yeah, so far everything I've done as far as typing is concerned has been pretty straightforward, pretty easy. It's kind of I'm wondering, it's kind of the size of a laptop. So if you're familiar with laptop, it's not a full size, monster keyboard, but I can't type as it. Look at that, I can't even type. So I say that and then I screw up completely. That's awesome. So again, I think it is, yeah, I think it's nice. I think it's, again, you need to get used to it. There's some of the keyboards, like I know on the Pi Top, there's a couple of things, like on the laptop version of the Pi Top, there's a couple of things kind of, the keys are like small when I really want them to be bigger, that kind of thing. But I mean, it feels nice. The keyboard feels nice. It does have like the little menu button, like a Windows button even, like, so it can fire up so that's pretty cool. The only real thing that I'd be missing from this, and that misses from any smaller keyboard, is a 10 key. But otherwise it looks good. I mean, I think it works well. And I was also turned sideways and leaning down. So I if it was on a regular desk, I think I'd be okay. I'm not going to save that typing. Let's go away from there. Okay. All right. So we're back to this. So Screenly, right? So it's an open source. We're going to use the open source edition. You can pay for a more robust version of this, right? So if you, if you need the more robust components, that's fine. Screenly, again, another one of those well-known open source projects. So kind of going back to the conversation we had earlier, I'm pretty confident that we're not going to have any issues here. And the idea is like Screenly is an option where you want to just have it display, pictures and movies and things like that, and not worry about having like a web page and having to push web pages up. So the kiosk would be if you're going to push web pages or let people just get to the Chromium browser, right? And just use it as a web interface. And the Screenly is more like I want to do a professional display. if you know you have if you have students that are maybe they work at a restaurant, like this could be a project that they could do where they put up a big 55-inch monitor and they have somebody make a document that's the menu, right? And you present the menu on the screen, right? And you could have it like if you've ever been to McDonald's lately, they have them all, they're all, and they just rotate depending on the specials, and they have big pictures and that kind of stuff. So the same kind of thing. And those are just simply, we're just displaying documents, right? So somebody created the document and we're just presenting it on the screen. Okay. So Raspberry Pi, micro SD card, Ethernet, right? Power adapter, HDMI cable. So kind of the normal things you need. I mean, this one, you're going to want to be connected to a monitor to see it. I am not 100% sure if doing it VNC only, if we're going to actually see the display. And we'll check that out. I've got this particular one, this particular computer has a TV or has a monitor connected to it. So I'm going to VNC to do all the configurations for it, but I can see the screen as well. So if for some reason the screen doesn't present on VNC, we'll be able to see if it's working with the monitor. Okay, so if you have a case where you're running headless, then hopefully it presents in the VNC window. I'm not sure. I haven't tried it that way. So it's kind of not the point of using it, right? It's not meant to present in VNC. It's meant to present on a display. What I'm trying to say, if you go through the document, if you're only VNC and you're running headless and you go through and it doesn't present on the screen, right, you could at some point, right, plug it into a TV, right, take it somewhere else and plug it into a TV, and it should, if we do it right, you should fire up automatically, right, and you'll be able to connect from there and see what it looks like. Okay. All right. So we're going to do a straightforward thing. Before proceeding, we recommend you look into enabling SSH on your Raspberry Pi to remotely manage the device. Okay. So the one thing we will do then right off the bat, I'm going to go to the menu here. I'm going to go to preferences. I'm going to go to Raspberry Pi configuration. And so this is another thing. The last computer I was using was a Raspberry Pi 3 B+, and we were pounding the crud out of it. I've got a lot of stuff going on in that, and you kind of, I don't know if you remember, this feels faster, right? This Raspberry Pi 4 400 feels a whole lot faster than that other one. And it could be because there's nothing running, right? That could be the biggest thing. I'm going to enable SSH. So I should have just walked you through that, right? Menu, preferences, Raspberry Pi configuration. On the configuration interface, I want to go to interfaces. And then you see the second item is SSH. We're going to turn on SSH so that we can console into this device after it's up and running, right? We're using VNC as well, so that's fine too. So we got update, full upgrade. I don't need to worry about those. We did those. Well, I haven't done it on this machine. Let's take a look. Sudo apt-get update. I don't think I need to do a full upgrade. I'm just going to do an upgrade to see if there's anything I need to pick up, and then I can choose if I want to go forward or not. We're going to do upgrade. Oh, it's like 68 point. So I got one thing. So that client right there. I'm going to go ahead and do that real fast. And then I can do the sudo apt auto remove as well. That's going to get rid of that silly little color Python color 0 thing. Okay, so just the sysadmin made me wanting to have the machine as clean as possible. I'm sorry. I apologize for spending the 5 minutes. All right, so Screenly OS, they have an installation process. So we're gonna it's a bash. And from bash we're gonna go. So they have a script, right? This is a script that we're gonna run. We're going to run it from bash, and it's going to go out. The curl command is going to go out and grab the file, and then it's going to run this this file here, the scripts that they've built for the installation. Okay, I'm going to hit enter. I should make this bigger. And I think I can I not? I can do the, let's make the, is there any way to make it look like an old terminal? We should do that, right? Turn it orange and put the terminal. No, you don't want me to do that? I'm going to do it because you're giving me a no. I'm kidding.
I'm just shaking my head because we're all going to be blind by the time we're looking at that.
I know. Okay, so I made this pretty big, but it's basically, this is a, right, requires a dedicated Raspberry Pi. So this would be, right, so it can go back to the question earlier, right? Right, do we want to run it? Yeah, we don't want to run anything else on this machine. So this is going to be, it's not a regular desktop environment. Like it sets up and it runs as its own thing. So I'm okay with that. This was a brand new OS for me. So we're okay. I'm okay. If you're using one of the older ones, you may end up wiping out something. I think you'd be okay because you could easily go back and recreate those things. I mean, the idea of this week is just to play with these things. I'm going to go ahead and hit yes to continue. And I may have made the things a little bit too big. Press 1 for production branch and 2 for development branch. So it's going to give us here, let's see, during the installation, ask a series of questions. Hit Y to continue with the Screenly installation. And then typically experimental features are unstable. So this one's asking us, do you want to use the experimental branch? And then it's going to ask you, do you want to do we're not doing development either. I think they want us to do the production one, right? Is that what's going on here? Oh, wait, why? So let's look at this. We're not going to do the developmental one. So you'll be asked to use experimental branch to Screenly. So they've changed this interface right here. So the latest stable one is this one. I'm thinking we should do with the number 1. Does anybody read anything different here? We will be using the latest master branch. The reason for this is that we ran into issues with standard branch when running it on Raspberry Pi. Press yes. Use the master branch. Oh, so this says use the development / master. Oh, so we want, that's this number 2 item. So the number 1 item, which is experimental branch, is not an option. They say they ran into problems when they were running we're going to do the developmental one, it looks like. Does anybody read that differently than I do? I'm reading that they really want us to run this developmental version. The development.
There's a production branch and a development master branch now. There's not a.
And right here, they say development master, right? Would you like to? And they say press Y and enter. Right, so however, for this project, we will be using the latest master branch, which is this right here. The reason for this is we ran into issues with the standard branch, which would be the production branch. So let's go with 2. Do you want Screenly to manage your network? So we're now off script here. So there's not a thing that deals with the WOTT agent. But there is, right? Yes, we wanted to manage our network. We would ask Screenly to manage your Raspberry Pi network. Type Y. Right? Do you want to do a full system upgrade? As we updated the operating system in step 1, we don't need to do this, so no. And then off it goes. So now it's installing this in there. Holy cow, I didn't see that. Man, let's hope it doesn't take that long. I'm sorry.
I'm betting this is like rewriting the whole entire operating system and everything, isn't it?
I think it is. Like, because it says, you know, you're not going to be, you know, I think it's replacing pieces and, oh my gosh. I'm sorry. I didn't.
Yeah, I did mine like 10 or 12 minutes ago and it's still going.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's time to take an early lunch.
Why go through all of this upgrade in the beginning if they're just going to replace everything? That's just silly.
Rewrite it. Yeah, that seems weird. We could do early lunch if, I mean, I don't know what you guys, how your guys' day is, but today is also the raffle day too, right? So, man, I don't know. I mean, and we're okay.
Just lost VNC too, didn't you?
Yeah, but that's nice because I can see it over here. But like if you lost it, then you won't be able to know that you're supposed to hit Y. So the default Raspberry Pi password was detected. Do you still want to change it? I'm going to go with no on mine. But if you're
instructions,
the instructions, so right here, so setup will completed requires you to change the Pi. Okay, so first enter the current password. By default, this password is Raspberry. Then you'll need to enter the new password twice. Make whatever the password is you said is something secure. This one just asking me the default password was detected. Do you still want to change it? Right? I'm going to say no. I don't think you have to. I'm going to do no because, and then it says I need to reboot the system.
Would you like to reboot now? Yes.
Yes. So if you got disconnected from VNC, because we turned on SSH, you should try to connect with SSH and you should be able to see the screen. So that's what I'm going to go try real fast, right? So, so I'm just going to do a command line here and I'm going to do SSH pi at 172.17.69.150. I'm hoping that it comes back. It may not because it's doing this installation. Mine is done.
Yeah, mine's done. Mine just finished. And
did I type the wrong? Interesting. All right, so it's still okay. I also my wireless, my IP address changed. And I can get to this now, so okay.
My IP address changed too.
So we told it to take over and then it changed. I don't know why it would change, but it changed.
Unless it has something to do with the rewrites and stuff that were
right, with the OS, it was, what it was doing. But okay, so we've got a couple of things going on. If you're remotely connecting to this, right, you saw that I lost my VNC connection. Okay, and it won't ever come back because this is now a different IP address. My address went up to 152. And I have a monitor that I can see this with. So I'm thinking through this. If you have a monitor, you'll be fine. If you don't have a monitor, right, then
VNC will still connect.
And will it connect with it won't connect with the old password or the old IP, right?
Right. No, it'll get a new IP address. So you may have.
So you'll have to go. You'll have to go. Using the techniques that we talked about on the day one, you'll have to go find it. It is still called Raspberry Pi, right? So, another CMD should be able to ping -4 Raspberry Pi dot local. All right, so it didn't find. Okay, why? Why not? Why is that? It's still this because I'm logged into it here, right? And it's still called Raspberry Pi there. And I wonder, I don't think it would turn off ping, right? I'm not sure. I don't think it would. Let me see. Ping 172.17.69.152. All right, so ping is still there. But it didn't find, it's not finding it via that command. It's not finding it locally. I wonder now, so this could be that the Raspberry Pi operating system, the Raspberry Pi OS, participates in that .local, the IP stack participates in that .local. Maybe whatever the networking that the Screenly took over with doesn't participate in that .local process, right? The idea of the being able to ping it without knowing the IP address. So then you're down to, you can try IP scanner. You could also log into your local router and look for DHCP for whatever machine got the latest IP address. The other option is to plug it into a monitor somewhere or a TV somewhere and see if you can get access to it. So if you are running headless and you're trying to, this one seems like it's not going to run headless. My install went really fast. I think, was it Avi's that you were, it was like 15, 20 minutes. Has it finished yet, or is it still going?
No, it's still going.
Okay. And are you on a Pi 3?
4D.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
I chose the wrong option. I chose 1, so it's still running on mine.
Doing the production one?
Yeah.
So we'll see if that runs. I think we just split into about 6 different paths, right? So there's a bunch of things going on all of a sudden. So my unit, right, this is what mine looks like now. So it should come back up. Yeah. So I answered those 2 questions and it rebooted and I'm here, right? So still running options. Okay. We're gonna just kind of hang for a couple minutes here and just see if we get any responses from the machines that are still working. Let's kind of preview what's coming down. There's a point in the install. First of all, there's a point in the install where it takes over the network, and that's where my IP address got changed. I have a monitor, so I was able to just continue on. It asks to do the password thing. So this number step 10 is what it was asking for there. And then you need to reboot, right? And those are the 2 basic things that you had to do. And then at that point, right, if you're on the local machine, you can figure out what your IP address is. If you're not, then you'd have to figure it out some other way. Either like the ping doesn't seem like it's going to work, or I think the other thing that could be going on is I may have 2 machines on my network that have Raspberry Pi as their name. That could be what's going on. Maybe it does still participate. Let me see. Yeah, so that's what's going on. So I'm going to change. I'm going to change the name. I at least have 2 Raspberry Pis that are called Raspberry Pi. I'm looking on my other machines here. On this host, I'm going to change the host name here, and then see if I can ping it. So I want to see if it's still, like, if you can still get to it without that. So you may be able to get to it with Raspberry Pi. For me, I have at least 1 other machine on the network called Raspberry Pi. So that's why it didn't change. And I'm hoping that changing this name doesn't mess this up in the back end, but we'll see. It's restarting now. Like I said, I have at least two machines that have the name Raspberry Pi. I could potentially have another 2 machines with it. With the same naming convention.
Yeah, so mine just restarted and the whole thing just turned into Screenly, so you have to log in with a different computer.
Yeah. Yeah, which is weird because mine, I still have access to that. And my machine boot is back up and running and it's connected to the network now. I should get this screen back in a second. You should be able to, once it's functional, let me let it finish being booted. And I know it's on a wireless network right now, so oh my gosh, my IP address changed again. That is insane. And it's supposed to be HTTPS. Or is it HTTP? HTTP. Okay, so mine is acting like something didn't go right. Right? Because I'm connected. I can see my IP address, right? And I've typed my IP address properly here. Connection was refused. And then if yours booted and went to this to Screenly, I kind of think that's what mine should have done, right? I think that's what should have happened. Okay, time to troubleshoot. So first of all, I don't like the fact that it keeps changing its IP address, right? So if I do, instead of doing Raspberry Pi local, if I do Screenly, right? .local, do I get a response? So no, and maybe it doesn't like the capital S. So let's see, I don't think that's the issue, but okay. So that part isn't functioning either. I'm gonna go back and double check and make sure I didn't change it. So Screenly, that's exactly how I put it in. So that's, okay, so the whole .local thing is not an option for finding this. If I ping the IP address that I know it to be, I get a response back. So that's fine. That works. Now, when I come over to my browser, which is supposed to be able to get to the unit 153, it gives me that connection refused item. So there's something wrong with my installation on this device.
For one thing is that probably is not, DNS is not configured.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah.
Yeah, I think that from a ping standpoint, that's a problem. But the .local, right? I know, when the Raspberry Pi just by itself runs with .local. So that part we figured out earlier, and we figured out why it wasn't working last week is because I had two devices on the network with the same name, so it wouldn't be. So now my problem is I did the installation and then I get back and reboot and I don't get this page doesn't come up. I don't get the interface or anything like that. So I think I need to. I'm logged in right here. No, I'm no longer logged in. Oh, I wonder.
So I did this on the one where we set up the WordPress server, and wherever I go out and try to connect to it, it connects to the WordPress server, which is odd because I thought it wiped out everything. Well,
apparently not. Yeah, that's what mine didn't do. Yeah, I think I'm in the same boat. Like it didn't do everything like we thought it was going to do. So Pi at this point, does anybody have a connection? Has anybody finished the install and have a connection to the administrative interface through the browser? Let's ask that question to start with. Like, does anybody have that?
Mine is still installing because I put it on Raspberry Pi 3. So
okay.
It's still installing.
So we still got some installations going. Still installing. Okay. I am going to remotely connect to this thing. And I am going to run this bash script again. I'm on an SSH connection now. So I'm going to do yes. I want to continue. I want to do 2. I want to do yes. It should. Do I want to do full system upgrade? No. It should see all these things and go, okay, it's already installed, already installed, already installed. I'm hoping. Let's see what happens. I'm curious by doing this with SSH, if it does click off on the network again, then I won't be able to see the rest of the installation. So this is again an experiment to see how this, because with an SSH session, I don't see it on live on the screen on the other side that you would, as you would if you were on a VNC connection. So then I may lose access to the installation the way I'm doing this right now to be able to show you the screen.
It is very strange when mine is still installing, and I noticed that when it is changing everything, and it says that it always changed the local host. It says everything is changing the whole local host. I don't know if it's because I renamed my Raspberry Pi before I did everything with a specific name, and I noticed that during the installation, it's probably changing everything.
Right, that's what we thought.
It says localhost, so yeah.
Kind of strange. Because this one's telling us, we need to go, go to your favorite web browser and type in that, just type in the address, right? Or HTTP in the address.
Now, Carrie, mine just did the reboot and came back up.
Okay.
And it's giving me the address that I need to go to.
Okay, so then from a computer, then are you on the computer a computer on your network? Then you're going to want to type that into your, like I've been doing, like in your browser. Like for some reason, mine didn't finish that. Like I didn't get there, but I got it rebooted, and it doesn't come up with telling me anything about Screenly, and Screenly doesn't take over. And it's just I wonder if that's because I didn't change the username and password. Did anybody else?
I actually did the full upgrade at the
You
part
did a
where you
full-
said no. Yeah, I put
Right.
yes.
Okay, so I'm wondering. Oh, you did it. Okay. I've already upgraded. I mean, I upgraded right before I started the program. So right
No,
before
but
I
the
started
second part where it asks you when you're going through,
right?
it asks you if you want to do the full upgrade with the Screenly,
Mm-hmm.
and you put no there. I actually put yes.
Okay. So maybe we'll see if that's maybe that is the issue. Maybe not. I don't know. I would I would suspect the way the instructions tell us to do it. It says because we already did that, we don't need to do that. But I didn't do a full upgrade. I just did an upgrade.
And I also did option 1 instead of 2.
So maybe we just, we go that route. We say, do an upgrade, and we go 1, and we actually get it to work the way it's supposed to work. Because I went through and did the drafts /master thing, or the development /master thing. And I'm like, it literally doesn't run like it's supposed to. It doesn't come up as the Screenly device. It just boots back up as a normal PC. Okay, we'll try this again. I'm running through the install. You can see it's going pretty quick still.
Yeah, but this looks like a different, I don't recall it
doing this last time.
Yeah, because I did the same thing you did. I SSH'd into my and started through the process. And I don't remember it doing this last time.
I don't think it was this. Yeah, I don't think it did this much stuff last time. So there was something. Yeah, I don't know. It seems weird that it wouldn't run the install. Like it's like it skipped over something. Like maybe we answered a question wrong somewhere.
The problem is that your Raspberry Pi is too fast.
It's like, I'm done.
You have to downgrade.
Right. I gotta go. I gotta get a slower machine so we can actually do this right.
The 400 is too much.
Yeah. See, this stuff this didn't happen last time. Like all of this stuff. All right. Yeah. I don't know. We're
I definitely don't remember anything about Ansible or anything like that.
No, this is something went wrong with my install. I wonder if that little glitch with the change of the IP address thing, I wonder if that caused the issue, right? Because it never got to this stuff. I don't know. We're guessing at this point. We'll see. This looks a lot better than the other one, like, as far as kind of being more comprehensive. So yeah, we're still installing. We're still installing. We'll be installing through the lunch period. It's like, set it down and walk away. So what the heck? So this is still rolling. My monitor literally just went blank with a cursor blinking in the corner.
Well, if you'll notice on my monitor back here, I've still got I've got something different going on both of them. So
yeah. And then I think, well, am I actually, yeah, I'm installing it on the right device. I'm like, oh crap, that would suck. I just installed it on some other device. I named this one Screenly on purpose.
Okay, I'm on a 4. I had a clean one, brand new install. I did not overwrite it when the options came up. I picked the production one that you did, the initial one. And I got all the way through and it says cannot currently show the desktop. I'm in VNC.
Most likely because your IP address changed. That's the behavior that I've been seeing. Like it'll
right,
get
but
to
then I would get a do not connect. My point is that this is an actual message saying cannot currently show the desktop, as if they had put that in there. It's not an error message.
Okay, so they may have turned off VNC as part of the installation.
Either that or they're detecting it and putting this message up so that you can't do anything.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's very bizarre.
Yes. And maybe that was what's going on, like on my install, because I was running. Yeah, because it's got a blank screen over here with a cursor, but it's still showing that we're installing and we're setting up Docker and we're doing all kinds of crazy stuff. I'm going to let this, so the people that are doing the install, like, are you seeing these kind of things? Is this what you're seeing on your screen as the install is going? Okay. Yeah. So this seems like the normal install. I think us trying to do it with VNC, I think that maybe caused problems. All right. So Daniel's seeing the same, well, Joanne's seeing the same. Okay.
I did it using VNC, and once it finished, it asked me to reboot.
Okay.
But I was able to do the full install. I'm trying to test now, but.
All right. So it looks like we're getting close to the end, right? Because there's a clean and an auto remove. It's removing a bunch of stuff. Oh my gosh. Now that we're done, we're going to take all the cool stuff away. RPD, wallpapers, right? So I think it does get rid of VNC type stuff, looks like. It gets rid of all the packages you don't need. Do you still want to change it? Let me just say yes. I need to reboot. Would you like to reboot? Yes. So it says 153. Closed it. It's rebooting. Dun, dun, dun. Oh yeah, so okay, so I've got a Screenly window now. it did give me a screenly window. So here's the monitor that I'm using, and it popped up a screenly splash screen, and then it kind of went blank, like, so everything is blank on that. So I'm not getting anything else after that, which is, so then the other thing is that I was on 153, right? So I was actually 153 was the IP address that I was using. And you can see from over here, it told me 153 closed. I'm curious if it, So, timed out. If I'm over here, if I try to ping 172.17.69.153, this will, if it keeps moving on me, it's going to make me, yeah, it keeps moving. my IP address keeps moving. Oh, I did the wrong one. That's why. Oh, wait, no, I didn't. 123 was telling me 153 wasn't available. 154. This is me guessing now. Keeps jumping up by twos. Ones or twos. I could change the IP address, and I don't have a screen to show me what IP address it's on. Lovely.
So when your screenly splash screen came up, it didn't give you the IP
You know what?
address?
It might have. I think I'm gonna restart it. Let's do that. I'm gonna restart it because it came up and I wasn't paying attention. And let's see if it does actually. So Screenly should fire back up. So you can, we've got green and we got the DVI port showing. Here's Screenly. If we watch, and then it goes, yeah, no, I didn't get anything.
Oh, wow.
That tells me. The other ones, like yeah, that's what it used to, I mean, in the past, I remember that being like, it shows up and says, here's how you're going to get to it.
Yeah.
So let me try,
yeah, whenever you pinged the address a while ago, you notice it's responding back to a different.
Right.
Yeah.
Correct. So that's why I'm like, okay. That's the latest one. Oh. It's acting like there's something still missing from the installation. Because this should get me to the admin page, but I never got that screen. Like I never got that pop-up that showed me. See if we can find it. This is not boding very well. This is not what we want to happen here. 3 Pile, my Rocky MacBook. So yeah, 153 doesn't show up anymore. All right, so they're done. I'm going to do them by MAC addresses. So here's all the 11, 83, 142, 143, 133, 112. And then we have these other, the DCs, 146, 220, I know 220, 82, I know, 65, I know, 146. I don't remember 146. That refreshed to this. That's not it. .83. I can't remember which one is 83. Yeah, it's not showing up here. Like it's acting like it's not on my network. I don't remember 144 either. Same thing. .103. So 103, 108, 107. Actually, the DCs are the ones that we need to be concerned with. DCs 146, 220, 82, 65. So 65, I know is my wireless access point. 220 is my headless unit that we've been playing with. I believe 82. I want to say 82 is I think 82 might be my Pi 4. None of those are showing up properly. I don't think that one's online right now. Yeah, it's actually offline. And then I've got 11, 83, I have the Pi hole. I got 143, Raspberry Pi 3, and then 12. 12 I know is my laptop. I don't remember. I don't think 143 was something else we've been playing with all week, so I don't think that's it. Oh, it's the Pi hole. 220, 146. I'm at a loss. My machine, like it's acting like it's starting up, but it's not finishing. I wonder also then, now I'm curious if this is, if the ones that are working, you guys did the production one, if I'm not mistaken, right? You did number 1?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I did number 2. That doesn't sound right. Sorry. I should just keep my mouth shut every once in a while.
I think our Raspberry Pi did number 2 too.
I think that's what's going on. My Pi, yeah, because it's just right.
So whenever mine rebooted, I did not get a splash screen, and now I cannot find.
Right.
Yeah, I can't find anything.
It doesn't. Yeah. So I think, which is cruddy, because how do we like to rerun that? I don't know how you would rerun this unless maybe, well, I can't even SSH to it because I can't find the IP address. I'm gonna watch it one more time. I mean, I've got the. So I chose option 2, and I'm not being successful. I think, Joe, you also chose option 2, right? And you're not successful. But the folks that did choose number 1, right, the option number 1, they seem to be currently able to see Screenly and get to the admin page, or at least see the splash screen where it gives you the IP address. Am I thinking out loud properly with that?
No, that's right. Yeah, once you get the splash screen with the IP, the moment you log in with the other computer, then it just goes to like a dim Screenly, then you can start loading up assets to it.
Okay, so then, okay, then what I'm going to do is shut this bad boy off, which I'm trying to figure out where the power is on this thing. Oh, and I can't get to, normally you would power it off with the, I'm just going to pull the plug. I don't like doing that, but this one's pretty much dead anyway. All right, so what I'm doing then is I have another OS disk that I can plug in. I'm going to fire it back up. I'm going to run the installation with number 1 and let that run. It's 18 minutes until lunchtime, so keep on, you know, if you want to do your install over, that's what I'm going to do. And see if the choosing option 1 is the issue. I think it is. I think we're running into, you know, some weirdness on the screen there. Okay, so if you're doing option 1, it seems like it stops on what it's doing. Okay, so then I'll just keep an eye on that. Otherwise, I think depending on where you're at, like if you have it running currently, you can, I would, you know, go to lunch early. Okay, I think you guys have like raffles and things that you need, you know, you can participate in. You're not required to, but you can. And I'm going to try to get this install started up again. And then I think as soon as the installation starts, I think I will go grab some lunch, and then I'll come back and finish the installation. And I think I'm going to do the installation off screen. And so that I'm on the actual Raspberry Pi, just doing it off screen at this point. I don't, actually, I think I can do it on I'll do an SSH. I need to get an OS that's going to function though. That would be good.
What ports do you think would be open on this Screenly installation? Does it?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
I just scanned our entire wireless network, and there's nothing with SSH open on it anymore. So.
And I really think like your installation and my installation got disconnected from the network, so you're not going to see it on the network. I think that's one of the problems with that, whatever we were doing.
So you don't think it's coming up on it's not.
Mm-mm.
Okay, so we'll have to just redo the OS then.
Yeah, that's what and it looks like I may end up just rewriting an OS here in a second if this doesn't boot.
That card's dead.
Format, restart that card.
Reload. All right, let's go back here. Wait, why is that not? Oh, there we go.
So I think I'm going to do that. I may have to do that too. So. Cool. All right. We're gonna make Screenly work. All right, I'm gonna write this. Yeah, so I'm writing a new OS. I have one that's booting. In fact, it's just booted. So this is the OS on the screen itself. And so I'll have this one just in case. And then it looks like, and so Kathleen's going to do another SD card, just a clean install. James got it. He says success maybe. So when you say success, can you get to the admin page from a browser? And then Daniel's got an error message, right? So then it restarts. It's an unable to load page message. Have you tried just restarting it again, Daniel?
I'll try that. Let me see if that works.
Okay, I'm just curious.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
So go OK here, and I'm gonna fire up the web browser real quick and grab the instruction set.
I'm going through the Screenly install process again, and I have a question here. It says, do you want Screenly OSE to manage your network? This is recommended for most users because this adds features to manage your network. I know in the instructions it said we don't want to do that, but
did it really? Because I was always saying yes. Maybe that's my problem.
Let's see, what do the instructions say about that?
Right here. So next you will be asked if Screenly to manage your network. It is recommended that you enable this to allow you to manage your network through Screenly's web interface. Type Y to continue with the installation process.
Okay, so I think I put no here. Would like to do it. So did the people who got it working, did they do a full system upgrade?
Sounds like they did. Like I know at least Joanne did. They chose yes on that piece.
Okay, I'm going to do a yes here too.
So SKU apt update. Oh my gosh, Carrie. All right, so then that's good. And then we want to do this installation here. So I'm going to choose production on this one. And yes to manage my network, and yes to do a full upgrade. Even though I just did a full upgrade, so it shouldn't do anything extra. So I've also got an extra SD card here available, just in case we have to do this a third time or a fourth time. I think we're up to 4 now. I think we're getting pretty close to 4. So the installation's going over here on the right, on the bottom right, and I'm not doing this screen any longer. I'm not doing this screen any longer. I don't need this any longer. The instructions are here. I'm not using that. I'm not using that. All right.
Okay, so I'm reading through where it says the default password was detected. I put no, and then I got a fatal not a get repository or any of the parent directories message. And it says installation is completed. You need to reboot the system now, which is what we got the first time.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, fatal error. But then I got it. What's this? Ansible, retrying. Could not find the version satisfied the requirement. No matching distributions found for Ansible. Great. So I wonder if that.
Yeah, but see, I didn't get any. I'm looking back. Wait, hold on. Here we go. Yeah, retrying. But this is. It's like something stopped it.
Right. Like for this one, like it literally just, I think this is what happened the first time we did it.
Right.
Right. And I think we missed that, you know, that it couldn't find Ansible. I'm going to say no on the password and yes on the reboot. And it should, if I'm thinking correctly, it's going to come back to the regular screen. It's not going to replace it with Screenly because Screenly didn't install.
Yeah, Screenly didn't install here.
Right. So then I need to run that bash command again. And for some, I don't know why it's not seeing Ansible. That doesn't make any sense. So I'm going to go back to, and now I'm running that. Okay, that was weird. Do update. Oh, it didn't run because the Wi-Fi wasn't finished connecting. So the Wi-Fi is connected now. And we're back to that original.
I got a different IP address again this time.
Yeah, I'm back to the original IP address that I had. And then when I do that, it acts like it can't. Okay, there it goes. Now it's getting to the files. And then if I run the Screenly, right? Yes, we want to do that. 1 and yes, and yes. So now it's doing the Ansible stuff, right? So if it failed on Ansible, which it did before, now it's not failing on Ansible. Now we're getting all those. So now I'm getting an installation again.
All right. So whenever you went back through, let me see, get back over the instructions here. Or if you rebooted, you just went back to that that bash.
Went back and ran the bash a second time, and this time it found Ansible, right? And started installing all the pieces for Ansible. So the very first time I ran it, it couldn't find Ansible and didn't finish the installation.
One.
Second time we did it, found Ansible.
Yes.
And now it's installing.
No. That's bizarre. I wonder why it's
right.
Because yeah, this time and I didn't change anything the way I did it.
Mm-mm.
Because now it's downloading the looks like it's downloading the Ansible packages now.
So now it looks like, yeah, it's doing
like it was before.
All the pieces.
I wonder why it failed that first time through. That was weird.
Yeah, it is weird, especially because both of our machines, I mean, I've got a brand fresh new and a fresh copy of the OS and it was updated before we got started. I have, I've got a connection, my wireless connection. It's acting like it, yeah, I don't know. It's acting like it didn't see it. It was really weird. I just want it to work. This was supposed to be we're done by lunch kind of a thing. Not we're trying to get it installed through lunch.
Right.
It is lunchtime. So if you haven't already taken off, for the rest of everybody that's here, you obviously go get lunch. I'm gonna let this run. And I just wanted to
I'm doing another I'm doing another install. I was able to boot with the splash screen, but after that it just went blank.
Went blank and never gave you it's got to give you an IP address.
No.
On the screen.
But the weird thing is I know the IP address, so I can do SSH, but then I cannot do anything else.
Right. If it doesn't, it's supposed to fire up a web page that you get to via, obviously through a browser.
Then I try, even though I know the IP address, I can I try to use the browser of my PC, but it doesn't allow me. To
doesn't see it.
So I'm doing the full upgrade. Let me see if that's thing and use the production instead of the development. I don't know. I'm gonna eat and then I'm gonna come back, see if it
sounds like a plan. Sounds like, yeah, that's what I'm thinking about doing too. I may just let this run and then go grab a bite and then come back.
Looks like Tuan got it to work.
Yeah, Tuan got it to work, and he's using HTTPS, not HTTP.
I tried HTTP, HTTPS, and it didn't do anything for me.
I tried every connection protocol and I still couldn't get to it.
And then Kathleen went and looked up pricing. So it's $36 for 2 screens. Is that what it is?
Yeah, I'm looking at the documentation. It's on GitHub, so I wanted to see if there's a different way to do this.
Okay.
That's kind of pricey.
Seems like it, right?
Okay.
I'm not sure what other services charge, so I don't know if that's seems pricey, right? Keep it to 1, and
Yeah, I think I'm going to go grab some lunch. I've got a couple other errands I need to do. I'm going to let this run, and hopefully it'll be done whenever we get back.
Yeah, I think I'm going to do the same thing, right? I'm just going to leave it. I'm going to leave the screen on here, and I'm going to drop off and then go get some food, and then as soon as I get back, I'll start getting back on it.
Great. See you guys in an hour.
Yep. Right. I have something that works. It only took 3 attempts.
You know, the weird thing is the SD card that I use, I always have SSH and VNC enabled, so I can actually do VNC to the thing, and I disconnected the monitor, the keyboard, and the mouse, and I'm just using VNC on that one. That's kind of weird, right? Because it says that it's not supposed to.
Not supposed to do that.
Is that probably because I have my SD card with SSH and the thing enabled?
Yeah,
It's very strange because you're not supposed to.
Right, you're not supposed to. So that's kind of odd.
And you can even click, because I'm doing VNC, I can click on the links when I'm showing stuff.
All right.
It's actually strange.
Yeah, I haven't tried that part yet. I was just trying to get it to function. That was my
I wonder why yours is not showing. Mine loaded pretty instantly.
You're talking about on the screen? Like,
yeah,
why
the in and check the tick mark, it would show within like 2 seconds.
Is there I don't see a save or anything.
Nope.
It should just you should just drop them here and it should start showing.
Yeah.
I wonder.
I think you have to put I put to show forever, and you can put the number of seconds you want to show and go through the list of things that you added.
Yeah, right here. So I've got it on. So this is the file. That's the image. Oh, play for manual. Is that? Oh. Oh,
yours was set for. Oh no, that's right.
Mine was set for manual, which means I think it was just waiting for me to tell it to go. We'll see what happens if that works or doesn't work.
Usually on manual, if you drop it in, it just automatically
just
plays.
should start playing, right? So, and I'm on that machine. So what is going on now? You should be able to
try a website. I tried, like, I just put up like Google.
Like a URL thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
You should try my IT instructor.
Yeah, there we go. Let's see what happens. Might as well. So if we get any of those to function properly, and then you should be able to do like, let me see if this one, yeah.
Okay, for Peggy.
Whoa.
I have.
Yeah, I'm curious why those aren't. Oh, there it goes. Now my web page is working.
Oh, there it goes.
So then so then that's the logo. And then
Sometimes it has to process the information before it'll play.
taking its own sweet time. That's fine. That's good though. I mean, if they're kind of small, I need to, I'd have to fit them more to the screen. But yeah, so those are working out good. And I'm curious I'm sending a video up over to it to see, I want to see how that works too. So that's cool. And so you can actually, like, you can do your, a web page and just have whatever documents you want to save and just have it, anytime you refresh that, it'll just be new, right? You can just fix, keep your web page updated. Good luck with that, right? So I'm curious to see if that goes, see how that works. The other thing I think I wanted to try is, I don't know if I have, so like you can, let's do file types. Can we, so like, does that work? And does that work? I don't know. Oh, so that one didn't like that one. Okay, good. So this one here. So it didn't look like, so PDF didn't go across, so it's just pictures, MP4s. I'm sure if we look at the instructions, there'll be more precise information. So one of the things I also noticed is when I came back in, it was saying it couldn't find the network, and it set up a wireless access. So if you don't have, and then I took an Ethernet cable and plugged it in, and it flipped over to an IP address. So if you don't have, and I'm wondering if you could actually set like where you can connect to the wireless, right? Maybe you could, maybe you couldn't. I don't know. I'm not seeing it here.
There is a way in the settings.
Okay, there's a way in settings.
Wi-Fi, yeah, on the top.
So I clicked on settings there.
The bottom part, you can just.
Oh, here we go. Run it. Next, but you do. So right here. So if you do that reset, then you can actually, when it reboots, you can tell it what SSID to connect to and the password, so that then it would be on the wireless network. So otherwise, it doesn't know how to connect to the wireless. So that's why it creates its own, and then you can check in with it from there. So then I'm wondering, now I'm looking at what's going on the screen there. I wonder if that's like the video. Did we hit the video that I was trying to? I don't know how it doesn't really tell you what it's on. That's a 3-minute video. So I'm wondering if this is like, it's not showing that on the screen. It went blank. Let me deactivate that one. Seems like these other ones, are working just fine. The pictures and the HTML page. But it seems like, and maybe that may be a video, like a resolution issue or something like that. So there's some kind of, like this video won't show properly, which it should show. And then I'm curious now, like what are the integrations that we can add, and do you have to have Pro to do that, which then starts to cost money. So output HDMI, so it should be fine there. All right. So I had to install it 3 times. The last time I actually just started with a fresh new copy of the OS. I did the updates. I did selection number 1. So I didn't do the development one. I did the production version. I chose to do the upgrades. I chose it to select or to manage the network. And then I did not update the password. And then we had 2 times, like the first time we ran it on this particular box, it couldn't find the Ansible packages. So we restarted it and restarted the installation. And the second time it found the Ansible packages. So it finished the installation. When it rebooted, it came up with, actually, I think I'm clicking a mouse on the screen. And then I do arrows to get to, okay, never mind. It started up again. It came up on the screen. I couldn't find a network connection. I created a Wi-Fi access point, connect to the Wi-Fi access point to do the continue configuration, right? So then you could leave it like that, and then you would log in you can use a laptop to log into the wireless and then transmit files like we are doing right now on the screen. There's also a way for you to plug in a thumb drive, right? Plug in a thumb drive, and then from the management screen here, copy your files over. What I've seen working so far, obviously PNG, JPEG. We've got an HTML page up there. I did try to put that MP4 up there. It should have played. I don't know, maybe it's too long. Maybe it couldn't render it right or something. There's something going on there, but not 100% sure why it didn't function. If you're going to do videos, I would probably make them pretty short and, compact them and get them where they're really small and not doing too much. Now, when I saw that the wireless was up and running or it couldn't find the network and, I needed to connect wirelessly, I thought to myself, well, what if I plug in a Ethernet cable? Would it do anything? And as soon as I plugged in the Ethernet cable, the Wi-Fi network went away and it popped up with the IP address that it got for the Ethernet cable. And that's what you saw when we got here. Go to this web page to do this, right? And then, right, as we loaded these, finally it started processing. But now that it's processing pretty, it's going exactly what I wanted it to do. I've got them on 10-second duration. You can modify all of these settings. Like, so this My IT instructor, I can set it on, a 5-second duration, and it'll go a lot shorter. And then let's say, let's make Boba Fett last longer. So we'll take him up to 20. Right? And you can adjust based on, if there's information on the screen, you can have that displayed. The other thing, like I thought about doing, so if you did let's take this and go to, I'm just going to bring up Word. Just for giggles, right? We created this little calendar, and then let's file save as. Yes.
On Screenly.io, it tells you some applications that it will work with.
Okay.
and give you some instructions on if you need to change the format. Because I tried it with the PowerPoint, and then I went there and I watched the video, and I would have to change all of my slides to a JPEG in order to work on Screenly.
Okay, so yeah, so you just basically save your file, and that's what I was going to do right here. Save my, so save as, or maybe export. Right, those are, no, I thought you could save a document as a, well, I guess you can save it as HTML, but I thought you could save it as a JPEG or a picture, right? But it doesn't look like you can from here.
In PowerPoint, you can. In Word, I don't think you can.
So like that, you know, so if you needed to do like a writing on the screen, right, you could, right, you go into PowerPoint, you create whatever it is you want, you know, your menu, right, or your announcement, and then you save it as a JPEG, and then import it here, right? Just drop it on the page, and then you tell it, you know, the order that you want. So your entire PowerPoint presentation, you just save each document and then put them in the right order and put them for how many seconds you want them to run, which is, you know, it's kind of, I guess, a little kind of annoying up front, but it works perfectly fine once it's up and running, right? So, and it just kind of strolls through, and like once you've got it set and running, you just let it go. It does its thing. If you want to take something out, you log in and you delete it, or you move it to inactive. If you want to move, you know, change it around, or something needs to be up there longer because people need to read it better or whatever, then you modify it and change it. But at that point, you've got, I mean, this is a, you know, fully functional digital display board, right? You know, restaurants can use them to put up menus. You can, you know, put up announcements. You can, you know, I thought it could use video. I thought, it'll
play YouTube.
You can actually have it drop out to YouTube?
Yeah. I put a YouTube link in there, and it played fine.
Fired right up. All right. That's pretty cool.
It took it a while to process it, but it did play it.
Yeah, so that may be, you know, is it pause it, or does it, once it's done it the first time, it should
once
just
it's done it the first time, it's good.
Okay. That was loud. I don't know if I shared. Did I share my sound? Did I just scare everybody? Then you can adjust them, like, you know, what order do you want them in? Yeah, this is pretty cool, especially if you need to share information with crowds, right? And you have access to, say, a monitor or a TV that they can see. Like, I've always thought, like, this would be really fun to put a monitor, like we have for the classrooms, we have you have a door, and then we have a glass panel next to it. I think it'd be really neat to just hang a monitor vertically in that glass space and have, you know, updates for the, you know, like our hackerspace group, or you know, classes or whatever, you know, the lab, especially the lab, like who's scheduled to be in the lab, and like maybe produce or show a calendar, like, so have an online shared calendar, and then that's the web page that shows up on the screen. So, you know, other than the pain of getting it installed and having to do it 3 or 4 times, so I'm curious to see if it'll actually show the video on the screen at this point. And I don't know if that's, I'm going to assume that that's it just takes time before that video is ready to, or can be shown. It looks like it should be there, but, and I think we're in that 2 minutes and 4 seconds that I'm running a web page there, so it should just go to the web page. So I'm not sure what that's all about, why it's pausing here. All right, so I got PDFs, or I got JPEGs, I got pictures, I got a couple of web pages. I'm trying to do, like, I want to see, this one knows that it's a video, so there may be something funky going on there. So let it kind of scroll through and hopefully fire up and do what it's supposed to do. We have any big winners in the raffle today? Silence is gonna be like, nope. Nobody won. Trying to let it scroll through to see if it plays that YouTube video or not. So it should be right after this one. Or we may get 2 minutes and 4 seconds of blank. 2 minutes and 4 seconds of blank. All right. Are there any questions on this one? Are there any, like, this was a, this is, I mean, Screenly is an open source, I say it's open source. They have a free version, I think now, right? I think it started as open source, and then they obviously became a company where they are trying to survive. You can, there are purchase versions of it, but for us, like, we're just doing a single one. I would want to have one of these in my space at school, so that I can, like, put up, like, when the next meetings are and what projects we're working on and pictures of people doing their own projects and things like that.
Last time we got a grant like 2-3 years ago, and I put a bunch of 50 inches TVs in the room.
Okay.
And IT was actually asking me to put stuff like this, and I was playing with the Raspberry Pi, but not with this. I didn't know about this. This one looks very nice. I was just using, so I can actually put a server and use just Chromium. To show stuff, and yeah. But
that's kind of like what the Kiosk project is. The Kiosk project is a lot like that. Yeah, this one looks, I mean, this has got a nice interface. It does a really good job, except for this right here, which is not showing my video. So I'd want to figure out why the videos aren't showing, because that, that'd be part of, making this pretty cool.
Yeah, mine's showing up. I don't know what's going on with yours.
Yours is showing up.
Yeah, I picked a different one and it still worked.
This is awesome. Like, your stuff works. That's good. That's really good. I'm like, I don't know. And I was trying to think, I wonder if it's a Pi 4. Are you on a Pi 3 or a Pi 4?
Pi 4.
All right. I was, earlier when it was kind of acting funny, I thought to myself, I wonder if this is a Pi 4 issue, right? I am using, the Pi 4 with HDMI, which you have as well. So it shouldn't be like, I don't know. And that's a web page. Like, it's supposed to, that would seem like it's not like I've loaded a video. Like, it's actually just supposed to go to a web page and show the video. Unless maybe there's, I don't know, maybe if there's an ad, I mean, do you have ads attached to your videos or the videos that you've chosen?
No, I just used the share link.
All right. Yeah. So I wonder, maybe, let me go look. So I'm going to try one other thing on that.
It is nice that you can use Nagios. I mean, in the use cases, Grafana, it's like a bunch of tools that you use.
We've done a bunch of cool, yeah, I know. I think we've done a bunch of cool stuff. But yeah, you can, yeah. So if you with Screenly, you can drop all those things up in there. And you know, and like you could have it ping like the, I don't know if Pi-hole will show up. Like you can see, you know, you just have the dashboard that shows up and you can kind of scroll through all the dashboards and everything. I wonder if, yeah, see, I just copied the link over. So the link should have worked, but I didn't use like the share link. I used.
Yeah, I used the share link.
So I'm gonna add that instead of. But they look to be the same to me.
Yeah, but the other one, you're going to get those ads.
Delete that one, and maybe I wonder if maybe that's the. What's going on here? Maybe, I don't know. I'm wondering if it's the monitor or something. Maybe it's because this is an older monitor. I'm wondering if that's, I don't know. I'm trying to think what could possibly be causing this weirdness. So Avi's saying you could buy, they'll do the Raspberry Pi for you for $130. Or you can fight it for an hour and you're good to go. One of the two. So it's not showing my trailer. I'm not sure what that is. Well, again, that would be something that we would have to go through and try to figure out, troubleshoot it. Why? And I honestly think it's probably, I want to say it's probably monitor related. That'd be my guess. I really don't want to, I'm just going to leave it there. We're going to.
I have a question.
Yes.
So I actually got mine to work.
You sound surprised.
Well, whenever I came back just a couple minutes late, and yeah, oh, there it goes. It's scrolling now.
Yeah, it took a little while for mine to fire up too.
So whenever I came back in, you know, it was all a different. I mean, the Pi had rebooted. It was a funky looking desktop and everything. Whenever I rebooted it, it came back up to the screen, to the Screenly screen, and it had the access point set up and everything. But I could not get past, like, I used my cell phone to actually connect to it, but it could never get the interface to come up. It would not do anything until I actually connected it to a Wi-Fi network.
So you had to connect to the Screenly, and then tell Screenly to connect to a Wi-Fi network before you can manage it.
Yeah. So my question is, how would you, like, if I didn't want it to be, you know, on a network somewhere, if I wanted it to just be independent where I could go in and connect to it through my mobile device, my laptop or whatever, is there any way to make that happen that way? Or does it always have to be connected to a network?
I don't think it does. I think there's I thought there was an option for you to plug in like a USB and transfer files and things like that way. So once but I wonder how to set it up to configure it.
Yeah, I couldn't get to the management screen until I actually connected it, because what I got a I don't even remember now what it was, but what the name of the screen was, but I had to put in an SSID and password to connect it to my Wi-Fi network before I could even get to this management console here.
Right. Yeah, because I don't know, on that screen, was there a way for you to, I mean, you connect to the Wi-Fi, there wasn't really a URL or anything that you could connect to it from at that point? You wouldn't.
No, there wasn't. It gave 3 pieces of information. It gave the
SSID, the
SSID,
password.
the password, and then the screen, the address to go to. And where if I put in that address on, I connected my phone to it, obviously. Where if I put in that address, it popped up like a Balian. I think what was the name of it? I don't know. But yeah, I couldn't get past that until I actually connected it to a network. It's like I couldn't manage it from just my mobile device. I guess that'd be something to look up in the documentation.
Well, the way I did it, I just got the brand new SD card, and I already was plugged into Wi-Fi. I had before I did the install, and I had the plug into the Ethernet and Wi-Fi, everything set up before I actually did the install, and it works that way.
Yeah, that's how mine is. I mean, I have to use the Wi-Fi here on campus, and so that's how I was doing everything. I was doing everything headless, which is kind of cool because VNC is actually connected to it. I've got the VNC console connected to it over here on the other screen too. So, but I couldn't get anything through until it wouldn't even pull up VNC until I actually took it off of the access point and connected it back to a real network.
All right. So I'm wondering at that point if there's there may be a process that we need to go through in order to configure that on that boot. I don't know without kind of digging into it, but I think they give you the access point so that you can then configure it to connect to your regular network.
Yeah.
Just as a method to connect to the network, not as a method to manage the Screenly.
Right.
That's what it sounds like.
Cool, but it works.
So then, so James, can't even get you haven't got, did you not get it to connect? I'm trying to think look at anybody else here. So an Avi connected with his phone is able to send information and run it. So that looks like James were asking the same question in the text, in the chat, right? That Joe just asked, like, can you connect to the Wi-Fi access point that it created and actually manage it and send files? So, and then Avi says he was able to send it. Looks like you were able to send it, but did you send it from, and when you say works from your phone, did you connect? Sorry. Did you connect the device, the Screenly, to your regular Wi-Fi network before you sent it, or were you able to connect to the wireless that the Screenly created and then send the file?
No, we were on the same Wi-Fi network. I couldn't even find the access point.
Okay. So, but you were you connected it to it with your phone through Wi-Fi.
That's correct.
Okay. So nobody got it to get to the access point that it created and do anything there other than set it up to go to a regular access point. That's what it sounds like. And we got so James got yours working via Ethernet. Good. That's what I did to get mine working. I just plugged it into Ethernet. And then we did show you in settings there, if you go down right here and you reset Wi-Fi, when you reboot, it actually goes through the process of you being able to type in your network's SSID and your network password to connect it to your regular Wi-Fi. So cool. Again, and I think there's tons of things that you can play with. There are, obviously, I think they do have, instructions and documentation, and we should get that. I know there was a use cases already set out there. So Screenly open source edition. I don't see, that's just an advertisement for the open source edition. did my,
this would be really cool.
Oh, I didn't misspell that.
I want to like do something like this that has like, my students when they get certified, just put those pictures of that in there.
Yeah, that'd be totally cool. Right? Congratulations to XYZ, for, passing the A+ or the Net Plus or the whatever. Like that would be totally awesome. So here's the documentation for getting started. I'm going to assume that there's probably some links that allow you, is that Screenly? Yeah, Screenly, so compatible screen. I think this may be my problem right there. I don't know that monitor, I think that monitor is going to be really, pretty close to that. I don't want to talk to you, man. Go away. He keeps coming up like he wants to talk. Yeah, so there's some information here, and I put that link in the chat. So cool. I think all of you are seeing that there's probably some potential here for actual like using this in your space to share information. I really like the idea of, that's a good idea. Like if people wanted to have their picture, like they wanted to be on that screen, hey, when you pass it, send us a picture, and I can verify your cert and we'll put you on the screen and like celebrate that, right? Or if they don't want their picture, like, if you want your name up there, we can do that. Like we can do whatever, right? And you just basically create pages for that, and just like, there's a way for us to share these kind of things, right? So that people, I think that's motivation for others, right? When they see, 30 people that just passed their A+ certification this last semester, they're excited to do the same kind of thing and get their name up there. So awesome. Okay. Practical for your students, not sure, right? They may work somewhere where this can be a thing, or I know like I said, my dad uses it at his church. It could be used in any kind of like volunteer organization, so there's probably some projects where, as long as the organization, provided the TV and the equipment, we could probably do something and set it up for them and make that an outreach kind of a project for the students to work on and show, and have them, train the end user on how to use it. I think that we did it because I think a lot of you were interested in doing that. And I think a lot of, my kind of take on it is a lot of you want to do it because you want to do it for yourself, right? And you want to, like, I want to do this for myself, to share the information about our program.
Now the thing is the free version doesn't only support one screen, right?
Right.
That's per account. So you can just create multiple accounts, and for
Yes.
each one you just, okay.
Yeah, I think the bigger one allows you to manage. I think if I'm not mistaken, when you get to 2 or 3 more screens, you can actually manage those screens like from one interface, I think. Or it will produce out to multiple, like it connects things together. So you've got multiple screens and stuff. I haven't played with that part. We've only played with the open source version. Cool.
It looks like it does that, but it does charge for the additional screens. So after you get to 2 and 3 and 4, there's a little thing in there. You put the number of screens you want, and it gives you the price.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's if you're managing. I would imagine if you set this up like this and you went to a different screen or you set up a different Raspberry on a different monitor, and you ran them completely independent, where you uploaded assets to both of them independently, I don't know that they would charge you. I think if you like want to manage all the screens together and maybe get more like better assets, I would imagine. I wonder, what does Screenly Pro give you? That's kind of what it boils down to. So Screenly Pro versus OSE, which is the open source version. So remote web-based screen management, you can only manage screens on a local network. So this only allows you to do locally. Right here, I can manage it like through a VPN or something from home, or remotely. Like, I don't know if it uses like a port forwarding kind of thing or not. I don't know. Easy installation. Like, no, you got to build it. then over here, it's okay. Multiple screens. No, you can only manage one screen. So this is just a one screen thing. This one is going to manage multiples, cloud storage, video encoding. You need to encode each video manually. So maybe that's my problem. I'm not able to do that. This dude really just needs to go away. Status alerts, display. So, I mean, it's like, it's more professional. It's got customer support. It's designed for, if you have 4 or 5 screens and you want all the information to be all synchronized and coordinated, for us, a single screen. And if I have to run around and drop assets on, 3 or 4 monitors, I'm not overly concerned about that. But if I was,
you would plug in every screen with the Raspberry Pi, and each one you just
you put it. Right. Exactly. And then so like we have monitors in our lobby, right? And they're already connected to some other, video distribution thing, but I could literally put a Raspberry Pi in the back and plug into one of the other HDMIs. And then during events where we want to share information for the events, we just flip the input, right? And then our devices, the device that's the primary device there. And then as long as we have the same set of assets on all of those screens, which we would probably plan ahead of time and just, distribute with USB, it wouldn't be, if we're going to do that all the time, and we're going to do constant updates and stuff, then yeah, I'll probably do the pro version from that standpoint. Each situation will be its own situation. But for us, we can do this and test it and learn how it works for free. And then we can kind of take it from there. All right, so there's your, and then here's your Screenly player, which I think is a Raspberry kind of tucked in there, right? So yeah, cool stuff.
I think you can probably also use a Chromecast to, yeah,
possibly.
I don't know
how you like the scheduling and stuff of that on a Chromecast. Like this one, I can just throw up all kinds of different assets, web pages and videos and whatnot, and manage it the way I want to. So like I said, like the use case for my dad is like they have, calendar for youth group. They've got calendars for when the bluegrass plan is going to play. They got calendars for when services are. They've got pictures showing, outreach. Then they have a big community garden that they've made. So they've got, they rotate through pictures of that. They create videos, and so when people come in, they just have all that stuff on their screen there. And they can, share that information, and he just makes sure that it's updated for that particular week. So once a week he logs in and does that. And then it's ready to go. And then, yeah. So for them, that works out really well, and they're not paying any kind of fees. And once you get into a routine and he just takes his laptop, logs in, loads up what he wants, puts it in the right order, verifies that it's doing what he wants to do on the screen, and then he goes home. Essentially what he does. So, all right. Awesome. Cool. What did you guys think of that one? Kind of a fun piece of software. All right. We have, so Screenly, we just did Screenly. We did the web admin earlier. What time is it now? It's 2:41 our time. So we've got, what is that? 2 hours and 20 minutes. Is that right? 2 hours and 20 minutes before the end of the day. So we've got a couple that we can try. Let's take a look at those. And then based on our short list from our discussion this morning, we've got AnyDesk. So this is going to be like a remote management type of a software. And I think my understanding is that we can set this up where you can actually remote control your device through firewalls. Is that correct? I think it's Colbene here. I think that was this is the one you were talked about yesterday or the day before.
And it's going to allow you to access your device from anywhere in the world.
Okay, yeah, so this is going to be a remote connection, a remote management, or a remote desktop from anywhere, right? So, so we take the VNC and we enhance that with the ability to get there from home, and you leave this at school, kind of a deal. And then the other one that's kind of high on the list at this point is the Bitwarden. So Bitwarden is a password manager software. It says beginner, but if you kind of go through the material, it's like, look at this, we do a bunch of things, which I don't know. I don't think it's going to be hard. It's going to take a lot of steps. So that's the two that we, I think they're high on the list that we had left. Is there a preference here? Or do we just move forward with Bitwarden and go from there? I think if we do this one today, if we do one of them today, we can get the other one done tomorrow. I think is what we'll end up doing. All right then. We're gonna go with Bitwarden then, because I'm not getting any response. So I'm gonna assume that everybody's good with that. Where did I put my? Here we go. Okay. So for this one, we need. Trying to figure out which machine we want to put this on. This is going to. So we're putting an NGI NX proxy, which I think is a web-based deal. We're going to have Docker running. Yeah, there's a web interface, admin tokens. So probably have to do some kind of certificate deal. We may have to just create them randomly. We'll see when we get there. I think the best thing would be a clean install, but I don't know if we have any more clean installs from our list. I know I have a clean install because I made an extra copy earlier when I was worried that I'd have to redo the Screenly a second time or third time or fourth time. I wonder, we have, so what do we have? What do I have running on my headless unit at this point? Let's take a look at that. I wish I had web admin turned on. I can just see what's running on this thing. Let's go back and do that assignment real fast. I think I'd be okay running on this one. I think you try to just figure out which of your OSs is the cleanest. Obviously with Screenly, we just wiped out that OS. Like it's basically dedicated to Screenly. You could wipe out that, wipe out Screenly and just put a brand new OS on it. That would be fine. If you wanted to go that route, but we need to probably have, whichever, like I said, whichever machine you have, it's kind of the cleanest of these. We'll just kind of set this on there and see if it'll function the way we expect it to function. All right. So we'll give everybody a couple minutes to kind of figure out or get themselves situated as far as an OS is concerned. I'm actually thinking I may go with just a fresh OS.
Have one OS left.
There you go. That's all we need for this, right? And then I'm wondering, I may take the Screenly out and put a clean OS on that device just to have it. I can always put the Screenly back in at a later time. In fact, I think that's what I'll do. So I'm going to take, so I took Screenly out. I'm going to plug in and start up a new OS. And then I'm going to put the Screenly, OS in my storage container real quick. So that's put away. And I'm booting into a new unit that has a monitor on it so I can see the IP address to speed things up. You could, like, you know, I could probably get away with this one too. I don't remember what we put on this one. So and I don't know if we have, let me go here and see. So 172.17.69.220. I don't remember doing anything. Grafana's on that one. That's what's going on. All right, so that's the leftover from the project. So I don't want to mess with that one. I'm gonna leave that one as is. So I'm not gonna use my Grafana box. I will use this new one that I just set up. So I've got a new one over here that's actually, I need to go through the setup process real fast. So usually the very beginning of all these projects is like 10 minutes for everybody to get their computer situated. I've got an Ethernet. I'm going to skip over that. Oh, I hate doing an update right this second, but I think we need to do an update for this anyway, won't we? Yeah, right off the bat, they do it anyway. So I'm going to go ahead. It'll probably take me 10 minutes. So go ahead and get that done and out of the way. All right. Cool. So while that's going, you make sure you get your stuff set up, ready to go. Make sure you have updates, right? So do the updates. And then it looks like we've got to do, oh, wow, we got to do a Docker thing and a Portainer thing before we even start this. I wonder, do we want to do that? This is a relatively new guide. Like they actually did it on a Raspberry Pi 400 with the newest OS. So that's what I've got set up. That's what's going right now. Yeah, I think we should go ahead and we'll play with this and see how it goes. So we're going to set up Docker, which is a container system. Again, I don't think we're going to dig into what, how Docker works other than following what the instructions are, but this would be a great opportunity to talk about how Docker works, and with the students, right, and have them learn about containers and things like that. So it says, so the first few things we must do before we self-host our Bitwarden server. One of these includes installing Docker. If you're running Docker container, you need to install, right? There's a process here that we're going to go through. Once you complete this guide, you can safely move on to the next step. You can also choose whether to use Portainer to manage your Docker containers. You can either run it directly using the command line or add it to Portainer. Allow you to manage your Bitwarden container straightforward interface. So there looks like there's two sets of installs that you can kind of work through. So then it says after you're done with that, you can run the updates. Then we can get started with Bitwarden. So first thing is get your machine updated. Second thing is we're going to go over here to the install Docker. We got this nested thing, like, so then Docker's like, we're going to go and upgrade. Yeah, so upgrade Buster. You can even, so 50 install scripts. complete the following steps by using an SSH connection to your Raspberry. So you can, they're saying you can use an SSH. I'm using VNC to the machine, so that's fine. And then there's a script here that we're going to run. And then we're going to set up the Pi user for that. And then you can run a hello world thing and we're done. So that one's pretty, that's not going to be too painful. This one isn't. This is the Docker. So like all the exercises, we start with update, upgrade, which I'm doing on the right-hand side. You can see I'm installing the updates there. It's about halfway done at this point. So I'm going to let that run. And then as soon as that's done, I'm going to head over here to the, I'm going to give you the links here. Let me give you the links. So Docker, whoa. The Docker installation is linked in the chat. And then if I go back, then you're going to do Portainer. So there's a Portainer information is here. Put that in the chat. And then we're going to go back from there. So this says you can, if you choose to go down this route, so you can either run it directly from the command line. So you can also choose whether you want to use Portainer or manage your to manage your Docker containers. You can either run it directly from the command line or add it to Portainer. So let's see what the instructions have us do. I think we'll do the Portainer, because it looks like you then just hit a web page and you can manage what's going on, the containers in the background. So this is, again, like a sysadmin kind of piece there. So I think, right, unless somebody has a major headache about doing that, I think I'm fine putting in both of those pieces. I'm trying to find the links again real fast. So I've got the install. So it looks like I've got, my machine is up to date over here. Gonna restart it real quick. And then I'm gonna get started on this here. I will actually, once it restarts, I'm gonna turn on, actually I think I can SSH. No, it's not turned on by default. I'm gonna turn on SSH and connect to it via SSH, and then we'll do everything from an SSH screen. All right, so raspi config, and enable SSH, and the IP address on this machine is 154. And then at this point, I don't really need to show the video of that. We are going to run a command line, and we will SSH space pi at the address. Yes. And then default password. Oops. Learn how to spell raspberry. All right, so I've got, so that side of the screen is the, and I think I can change the size of that font. Make it a little bit bigger. Okay, so on the right-hand side, I've got an SSH connection to the new computer that I just set up. And on the left-hand side, I've got the instructions for installing Docker. Okay, the sudo apt update upgrade as part of the installation, so I'm not overly concerned about that. So then we want to run the script that installs Docker. Oh, this is where I have the, by doing it this way, that should work. Why is that not working? I'm not, oh, there it goes. Okay. Execute the script. trying to avoid typing it. So kind of going back to the conversation earlier, right? Luan was asking, are we comfortable with these things? Like this actually says, right? This command will pipe a script directly into the command line. It's usually not a good idea. However, right, Docker is a trusted source, so we're not worried about that. Like I think that's the thing. If you you understand where the files are coming from, then doing something like this is not a problem. It's when you're not sure that it becomes a problem. Cool. And then while this is going, I'm going to step away for a second. Not any amounts of time, but I'm going to. Sounds like
yeah, it takes a couple of minutes for this to install.
Okay. Yeah, somebody just came in. I want to go check real quick. All right. Sorry about that. My wife just got back. She's been gone for a couple days. All right. Looks like my installation is completed. I love this. Like, you know, that's a trusted source, but if you're not sure, go here to get it figured out. That's pretty cool. Setting up Pi user for Docker. It looks like we just got to do a little bit of user mod here. So we're just, this is a Linux command. Why is it giving me such a hard time? All right. So again, like that could be something where we pull out and look at the documentation for user mod so that we understand what the students understand what's going on here. Oh, look, file permissions in Linux guide. So there's a we think a lot alike.
So awesome.
Here you go. So explaining all that mess. There you go. So there's a link to it right there. Let's see. Since we made changes to the Pi user, we now need to log out, right? So we're okay. So we logged out, and once you've logged back in, so we got to go back to this. We didn't change anything about the username or password. We just changed the permissions. And then it wants us to go groups. This command lists out all the groups that the current user is part of. If everything worked, you should see the group Docker right here in that list. To test it, like we want to run.
Mine didn't work.
This one didn't work?
I'm getting an error on the logout too.
On the logout?
Yeah.
This doesn't want to let you go. It's like
it says bash logout, not login shell, use exit.
Oh. Are you huh.
Should I try reinstalling it?
Are you no. Are you in VNC?
No.
Are you using SSH like we did here?
Actually, I'm in the
You're on the machine itself.
Uh-huh.
Then you should go to the menu and go to the log out item. The last item on the menu is log out, and then choose log out, and then it'll prompt you for the you'll see the username and password for logging in.
Okay.
I'm on SSH, and I'm not on the machine. So when I logged out, it logged me out of the machine and disconnected me from. But you're in a terminal, and you're logged into the system. So you need to log out of the system. So if you are doing VNC, then go to the menu, go down to the last item, which is log out, and then choose log out from the 3 options that you have. There's a log out, a restart, and a shutdown. Choose log out. That should log you out, and it should leave you. It should go back to like a login prompt.
Okay.
And then was it the error? You had an error here at the Docker?
Yeah, mine was the same issue. I'm using VNC to go on, but whenever I went to log out, it shut down the whole entire Pi.
Oh.
So.
Oh, I can't run Hell World. I need to run Hello World. Sorry, my bad. like I don't like how that keeps sliding down like that. I really want to see it way up here. Oh, I think I need to change the way my unable to find Hello World locally. He's pulling the request and then it ran. Okay, so I'm going to change the way my screen is here so that we can actually, it doesn't drop off the edge of the screen. Okay, so I did groups. I'm in the group. I ran Docker run hello. Okay, unable to find it locally, pulling it. So it went to the library and pulled it. Pull complete, download newer image. Hello from Docker, right? So this is the actual container running right there. And then it gives you more information about how this would work, right? So then now if I run hello world, it should just say hello from Docker, and then it explains kind of what's going on, okay? So we know if you get this kind of response, hello from Docker, then you know that this is working. What essentially this is, we are running a container, which is it's not like a virtual machine. It's smaller than that. It just uses just the elements of the OS that it needs to run. We don't have to have an operating system in this container, but this container is simply like a little Python script or some type of programming script that actually just produces the word hello from Docker on the screen. That's all it does. Like, in fact, it probably produces all of this piece here just to kind of explain how it works. Okay. And you can see in the very bottom, there's examples and ideas if you wanted to go to docs.docker.com, get started to kind of play with that. And then hub.docker.com allows you to go see what kind of containers are available from Docker. At this point, we don't need to mess with this any longer, right? I think this could be easily, you could go down a whole nother path about containers and you could have a complete lesson about containers, an entire lesson plan about containers to do that, okay? We now want to move on to setting up Portainer which is a web-based GUI that allows us to manage containers, right? Portainer. It's like a port for containers. All right. So I'm on now. I clicked on the item. I'm on the installing Portainer for the Raspberry Pi. I'm going to pause here. Those that are working on Docker, is anybody still stuck on Docker? Did you log out, log in, turn machines back on? All that kind of fun stuff. Get to Docker, run hello world. Anybody majorly stuck, or is everybody comfortable kind of where they're at in that process? I could pause, right? I'll pause here for a couple minutes to see, make sure that we don't have any issues. The links to everything we're doing are in the chat, right? The Docker's the first one, Portainer's the next one, and then we'll do the last one, which is getting Bitwarden up and running. So the reason we're doing this is that Bitwarden is going to run in a little container. So it's going to be a very small process. It's not going to need a lot of processing going, you know, to run it. Right? It's going to be, it's a container. It's designed to be stripped down and run more or less in the background is the way I've always thought of these things. Right? I was able to take my students one of the times when we were, I think the second trip that we took to England for Pi Wars, we actually visited PyTop, the actual company PyTop. I used to know one of the primary marketing folks there. So she arranged for us to come and meet with the engineers. So I got to take my students and talk to these engineers who built this equipment that I like to use. And they showed us all the software that they were working on. And one of the things, we were able to go into a conference room, and one of my students, who was a heavy networking student, asked how how the network was set up. And I was at the time, this is 3 years ago now. I was just blown away by the fact that, you know, here's a global company. They have multiple offices across the globe, and they don't have a single hardware server in any of their offices. Everything they did was online, all on the Google Cloud. Everything was in containers. All their websites were in containers. All their databases were in containers. And in fact, they showed us they had containers. They had a set in Europe, they had a set in Brazil, and a set in Hong Kong. Because they have manufacturing in Hong Kong, they have an office in Brazil, they have an office in the United States, but they didn't need a server there or a system there. And they have the one in Europe. And when they brought up they brought up this, it was Kubernetes, right? Which is it's a Docker, another Docker manager. And they brought up Brazil, and there was lots of these little, they weren't warning messages. They're just kind of informational messages about the fact that all of the containers could use an update, right? And this is the middle of the day. And he's like, oh, there's an update that's needed. And it's on all 23 containers. And he went click, click, click. And you just watched, like it basically migrated the container to one of the other two sites, like from Brazil to China and Brazil to England or to Europe. And then it updated the underlying components that it needed, and then it migrated everything back. And in 25 minutes, it updated every single container. They never went down. It was a really cool demonstration that was not planned whatsoever, but he's just like, oh yeah, we can do this anytime. So this idea of managing these things, so they put everything. So just, I don't know, the best way, they call them containers. So just think I have a container that has, this web page in it, and I can just move this container around. And then, is it on a brown shelf or is it on a gray shelf? It doesn't really matter, as long as it's, we can put it back on a shelf somewhere, right? That's kind of how these containers work in the computing world. It doesn't, the underlying components, as long as Docker, that software is there to make the connections to the container, we could be running on anything. You can run Docker containers on Windows servers now. You can run Docker containers on Ubuntu and OpenSUSE and Red Hat and any of these. So it doesn't really matter the underlying operating system. So from that standpoint, this is a neat thing. we're about to use a container, so we need to set up Docker, but you could take this and run with it with, you know, and have your students do all kinds of stuff. And if you have a programming class or a web class, like you could have them set up with a web page to run in containers, right? And then manage them through this Portainer stuff, right? All right, so let's keep on trucking. Is, you know, making sure it's entirely up to date. I just upgraded everything, so I'm not overly concerned about it being updated at this point. So then let's see, Docker set up and configured. We can install Portainer. Portainer is available as a Docker container on the official Docker Hub. So we're going to pull the latest. So that's kind of funny. The management utility for Docker is a Docker container. My computer, it won't let me. It's funny that it won't let me copy and paste, but like I tried to hit right mouse and then it'll work. Like it's weird. All right, so I'm going to run this sudo docker pull Portainer. We're pulling the container that contains Portainer. So this is going to download the image to your device, which will allow us to run it. And they do point out this very last thing, like Linux ARM. It's running on Linux and it's on an ARM processor, which is the version that we would need for our particular computer. If you're going to run Portainer on Windows, you would have to, it would be Windows-x86 or x64 or something along those lines. Okay. So it looks like it's a pull, the pull is complete. And all that means is this thing went out and grabbed the container and downloaded it to here, right? We also have the SHA 256 here. If we wanted to double check that, we could go out to it mentions it somewhere up here, the official Docker Hub. We can go out there and actually verify that the SHAs are correct. Right. So again, kind of bringing back in, verifying that we have the data that we're expected to have. Okay. So once it's done installing the image, we can run that image, right? So tell Docker to run the image. So sudo docker run. And I don't know what these commands are doing, but we're running the container Portainer, and it'll restart always if it drops off for any reason. And then we're telling it, I think we're telling it where the information, or where the configuration files are, and then where we're going to store data related to this particular container. Okay. Again, I think above where we or lower than where we want to be. Like, you know, if we talk about being at 30,000 feet, right, that's a 10,000 foot or 5,000 foot level kind of thing. And I'm just going to go through this process until it drops it in here. And I did it twice, didn't I? No, that is the whole thing, right? Yeah, so that's the entire command. It's a really long command. All right, so it looks like it created it and it gave us I think that's the hash for the running container, I believe. Oh, look, it explains what's going on here. Port 9000. Right. Restart Docker if it's unintentionally offline. Okay. Awesome. Yeah, so we kind of guessed those things. I think that, you know, that I didn't talk about that being a port, but that makes sense, port. And then I know the restart part, and then kind of where things are going to be located. So we're good there. So then if that's running, right, that's running on our server, right, we can go there. So let me look at, let's just double check here, right? So host name -I. So, crud. How many do I have? What machine am I on? I'm going to use 154 and I'm hoping that I don't have kind of that multiple IP problem, right? So based on that information, I should be able to get a web page. This is off of my PC. I should be able to go to http:// the IP address 172.17.69.154:9000. And I get access to Portainer. Yay. I'm afraid to say it, but something worked the first time. Right? So we're gonna have to. We need to put in a password, right? So it's gonna. We're setting up the password now. create the user. I'm going to write that down so I don't forget it. Awesome. On the first launch, you'll need to create an admin account. Create an admin account, you need to give it a username. Next, you will assign a new password. You create user. I've already done that. Now we need to select what sort of container environment we want Portainer to manage. So we want it to manage Docker, right? Manage the Docker environment. And then we're going to hit connect. And you should now successfully have a Portainer up and running on your Raspberry Pi. So we can see this Portainer is running and it's got our local Docker, right? So this is the symbol for Docker, right? Like a big whale with containers on it. So that's what we're looking for. So yeah, we got it. We got that working. That's awesome. I'm starting to nerd out again. This is really neat. When you access Portainer, you should see the screen. So yeah, so we clicked on that and we should see this. And then what's it wants to do? Containers. Here's containers. You can see Portainer is running, right? So then there's 3 other containers here, whatever this is, Trusting, Capista, and Busy SAAH. Oh, these are the Hello World ones, it looks like. All right. If you want to add a brand new container, click Add Container. So does that have us want to do that? Finding the screen. So I'm kind of skipping stuff here. So Portainer will now present you with a list of containers currently set up on your device. Okay, that's this piece here. Okay. When you select a container, you'll be able to control it, right? So if I were to select a container, I'd be able to get into that, right? So nice, right? And then you can see all of these things here. I'm going to go back a level. If I clicked, if I click here, I can also get access to this without getting into all the details down below. Okay. Control whether you start it, stop it, kill it, all those kind of fun things. If you want to add a brand new container, you click Add Container button 3, which would be right over here. Finally, the screen is I'm going to let you create a new containers within Portainer. Using this option, you can choose a variety of settings. So you got to define the name, select the image. I'm trying to see if they want us to do something here, or they're just explaining this. I think they may just be explaining, right? All right, so I just saw the chat kind of going through. So thanks for everybody kind of working together on that while we try to figure out what's going on here. Okay, so if we want to create a new container, we'd have to first define the name of the container. We got to select the type of image. So we would pull, we want to pull to the Raspberry Pi. So we'd actually pick an image and we'd pull it. It is even possible to set up your network ports for your Docker container is going to use. Just you can control and manage the container within the, so then we got some management stuff that we can do. So, right, so here's the example. Here's what do we want to pull. If we want to set up networking, who has access to it. It looks like we can do stuff there. The restart policy is down over here. Number 6 would be, what's number 6? Once you're happy with all the Docker containers, you click deploy the container. All right, so that's just kind of walking us through what the steps would be. We're not doing anything yet. That was just to set it up, to understand it. It's up and running. We've got it working, right? Now,
so do we need to do anything?
Not here, because okay. This is just setting up Portainer. Now we're going to go back to, I'm scrolling all the way to the top, sorry. We're going to go back to the Bitwarden. And so Bitwarden is the container that we're going to install, okay? So the results, so this is self-hosting Bitwarden on a Raspberry Pi, okay? So I'll post this in there again so that it's on the bottom, okay? So Portainer was just, they were just explaining how, you know, the interface of that. That's what I was trying to double check. Or do we need to do anything? We don't need to do anything on there. Now we're going to, now that we have Docker, now that we have Portainer, we can then start to install Bitwarden, right? So this is an entirely free and open source password management service, right? Allows you to retain complete control over how your passwords are stored. So this is going to be something, I don't remember the names of them at this point, but any kind of online password manager, right? Where you remember the password to log into the manager, and then it will manage all your passwords for all the different websites. Like I literally have probably 60 different places like that I have passwords for. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And after a while, it gets really tiring to try to come up with new things, right? This will do that for you.
I used to Post-it.
Yeah, Post-its. That'll be good. Mine is the next step, down the run from that, right? I have a book which has all of this stuff in it. So I got that's under lock and key when I'm not sitting at my desk. So, but it's hard to remember all those things. All right, so it's considered to be, it says the best free solution. It's supposed to be good, right? That's kind of why I was interested in trying to do this. It's also relatively low power, right? Because we're running it as a container, right? It allows you to synchronize your password data, and you can have an app on your phone that will synchronize with this. Okay, so that's kind of the idea. So the version is a re-implementation of the Bitwarden server API, but written in Rust. It was written to minimize the resources, which is perfect for the Raspberry Pis. That's kind of what we're doing. We've already done the preparing for Bitwarden. I'm going to scroll down here to preparing for Bitwarden. We've already done the Docker. We've already done Portainer. Right after the Docker's installed, choose whether you want to. So we're doing Portainer, and then it does say at this point, let's double check. I'm not going to bother. I just upgraded like 20 minutes ago, so I'm not going to do this piece. And then let's install it. So using Portainer to install Bitwarden, that's what we're going to do. On our first section, we'll show you how to use Bitwarden on the Raspberry Pi using the Portainer web interface. So I'm hoping that this makes this a little bit easier to deal with. All right, so number one, start by loading Portainer web interface. So I've already got the web interface here. Right? So this is a browser on my PC. The screen here is an SSH connection to the actual Raspberry Pi. The actual Raspberry Pi is my Pi 400 that I used for Screenly earlier with a new Raspberry Pi OS in it. We're okay with that configuration, just understanding that idea. When you load the interface, you need to change the local Docker endpoint, which we've already done that. Like we are already there. Before we can create Bitwarden container, we need to make a volume for it. So over here on the left, we want to click on volumes right there. I'm going to make this half the screen. I'm going to click on volumes. And then within this menu, you should see a list of volumes I've already created. So we have that Portainer data volume that was part of that command that we ran earlier to set up the Portainer container. The Portainer container. Say that 6 times really fast. I'm going to click add volume. And it wants us to, so we need to choose a name for the volume. For our tutorial, we'll be sticking with Bitwarden. So the name for the volume, BITWARDEN, Bitwarden. Once you have chosen a name for your Raspberry Pi Bitwarden volume, click create the volume. It's not going to have us do anything else. Just going to create the volume. And you can see it kind of left everything here. Administrators, we're just going to click. So I put Bitwarden in the name, and then I'm going to hit create volume. So now we have a Bitwarden volume and a Portainer data volume.
Gary, I'm sorry, I'm not finding volume on mine. I'm not sure what.
On the left-hand side right here?
Yeah, I don't see volume. I see home settings, user endpoints, registries, and settings. Did I do something wrong?
Are you in Portainer?
Supposedly.
Go back up to the top and click on home.
Yeah, click on home.
And then click the whale.
And then click the whale.
Click, yeah, so then click volumes. Then you're in the actual
okay, gotcha.
Local Docker, the local Docker section, right? So, and then that's where volumes are right there. And then we can go Right, we'll look at, containers is here. That's where we see the containers and then volumes. But all of this is underneath, right? The fact that we're connected to the local Docker service.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Joe. All right, so I just got done with this one. Number 5, click create the volume. You can see Bitwarden is here, unused. With the volume created, you need to change to containers menu. So we're going to then click on containers menu. All right, and this is where we're going to add the container, I believe, right? Yeah, right. So, and that's kind of, this goes back to the instructions that were in the very end of the Pertainer tutorial earlier. So we're going to add a container. I'm going to scroll down. I'm on number 7 in the material. That's the link. That's the very last thing there from 321 in the chat. If you don't have it on your screen. Okay. To create the container, we're going to call it up here in their name, Bitwarden. So we're just going to match the name of the volume. And then the image that it wants us to grab is interesting. Right here it says, make sure you enter Vaultwarden. And then right here it says Bitwarden.
Bitwarden is the name, and the other one is the image of where it has to go find it.
Yes.
It's like the hello world. So I think that's what it is.
I understand that, but what I'm saying, and this is just me seeing something weird. Right here it says make sure you enter this, right? But then in the example it says Bitwarden. Like down here where it shows the example, like, so they must have changed the name.
Huh?
I'll do Bitwarden and I'll do Vaultwarden and see if it works.
So so you kind of, like, when I see weirdness like this, it kind of scares me, right? Because the whole time it's all Bitwarden, and then right here it tells me in the instructions that they typed out, this is what you should type in this box, right? And in number 2, but then when you look at the image of the actual example, it's Bitwarden, like they didn't even spell that right. Bitwarden RS, like, so that's, and then this one up here says Vaultwarden. So I'm hoping that this is like this is the update, right? And this is on a relatively new machine, so I'm gonna assume that like that the red there, right? This part here is the correct one. That's what so the other, I wonder, now that it got, so hub.docker. Is it com? Oh, I don't want to have to do that. I have one of those. I just don't know if I have it recorded. So we've done this in my server class too, where we pull down, which means I may have, I don't know what my Docker ID is. I don't have any clue. I don't want to create one either. I was going to go look at the list of the available deals. The other item that we could look up, I'm trying to just think through this process in my brain. Bitwarden Docker container. So here's Bitwarden, and we're looking at their instructions.
There's been over 10 million downloads of the Bitwarden RS server. It says deprecated. Use Vaultwarden server image is now also contains.
That answers the question. So what you just said answers the question, right? So Bitwarden was the original, Bitwarden RS, and it, 10 million times, but then it says it's been deprecated. Use Vaultwarden.
It says, yeah, it says under server MySQL, and then underneath that, it says updated a day ago. By Barden RS, it says deprecated, use Vaultwarden /server image. It also now contains support for MySQL, and he's got that on 2 things, it looks like.
Okay, so then that's So then this is what we're going to use. And that's because Bitwarden RS has been deprecated. So that Bitwarden RS is the old version. This, again, this is just me like, okay, wait, they don't match. That's a red flag for me. I want to verify. You've just verified, right? That vaultwarden/server is the container that we want to use. It is the replacement for Bitwarden RS. Thanks for finding that. and for letting me freak out a little bit to make sure I don't. Number two, next. So that I've put those things in. Bitwarden, right? We're calling it Bitwarden. Vaultwarden is the new server image, the new container image. Next, we need to set the network settings. So look for network port configuration. That's going to be right here. Right. This is the piece we're talking about now. Underneath this header, you need to click the publish a new network port. Okay, I have published all exposed network ports.
It's the gray button right below.
This one here, got it. Thank you.
Twice.
Yeah, it's a little tiny, which means if it's tiny for me, I'm like, you guys are just seeing a little gibberish, right? Probably. Okay, so you should have two sets of boxes on the screen. So we got the host and the container. In the first box, we need to set the host to the local host, right? So 127.0.0.1:8080 looks like. So port 8080 on the local host. You also need to set the container to port 80 over here. So port 80 on this. So the local host is 8080, the container is 80. For the second step, you were required to set the host to what?
You're supposed to click that publish a network port twice.
Again?
Yeah, and it'll give you a second line.
Okay. Does it button twice? Wow. Okay then. 127.0.0.1. and the port number is 3012, and we need that to go to port 3012. All right, so we've set Bitwarden as the name, Vaultwarden server as the container that we're going to pull down. We've set up two network ports, 8080 going to 80 and 3012 going to 3012. You should note that we have bound both of those host ports to the local device. Okay. We don't need external device. Instead, we'll be exposed using the NGIX reverse proxy. So we'll do that later. All right. So then this actually shows you, right, scroll down till you find the advanced container settings. So advanced container settings are here. And this change the volume. So go to volume and then click map additional volume. Way down here, the little gray box. For the container /data. And then finally we need to, so here then we would choose the Bitwarden local, which is the one that we created earlier for this purpose. So this is going to point us to the Docker repository, and then this is the actual volume that we created for this. Okay, so then next we need to be sure the Bitwarden is kept online on a Raspberry Pi. We do this by setting the restart policy. We got to find the restart policy. It's right here. So in the advanced container settings, restart policy, and then we click on always, right? We're going to click on always. So then that's the last piece of the puzzle here. Then once we've done that, we're going to deploy it, right? Deploy the container.
Can you go back to the volume really quickly? I just want to see
here.
what you had in the drop-down list.
So I did /data, and then on the drop-down list, Bitwarden local showed up, right? And the Portainer data local. That's when we created those volumes earlier, we created the Bitwarden volume, and that's what we're choosing. So /data here in the container, and then you get Bitwarden local in the
Perfect.
volume.
Thanks.
right? So now that we've got all the settings, right? So all the settings we had to change. Bitwarden is the name. Vault Warden server is the container. We set up the two port numbers. We came down here to advanced containers. We set up the volume and we set up the restart policy. Okay, and always, we've selected always. And now we're going to deploy the container. And let it do its thing, right? Once, click the deploy the container button. Once the Portainer finishes pulling the Bitwarden Docker image and onto your Raspberry Pi, it will become available in the containers list. Below is a screenshot of our containers list after we finish setting up Bitwarden. So this is going out and so you can see it there, Bitwarden, it's on the starting right there. So it went out and grabbed that Vault container that's in the Docker hub, right? These are containers that are a repository basically, and they bring them down and launch them, right, within Docker. Cool. So we're waiting for that to get started. I think we're gonna just wait till it gets to the point where it says started. If we would prefer not to install utilizing Portainer, we can do this with the CLI. We're not gonna do that part. We're here. We want it to get to healthy or running, I guess. We'll just give it some time. I'm going to skip this next section so we can kind of start looking at whatever's next. Installing Bitwarden using the Docker CLI, we're not doing that section. We need to come down here to the NGI NX proxy.
Will the deployment process time out if it's not going to work?
Maybe.
Because mine still says deployment in progress.
Oh, it might be a download issue, right? If it's not, I don't know, maybe, or it might just,
it went.
Go? Okay. Just taking its own sweet time. So I did a refresh here and I got Bitwarden to healthy, right? So it was just doing a health check and I just did a refresh on the container list right up here on the very top of the interface. I hit the refresh button to get the Bitwarden just to see if it had changed. All right, so at that point, I'm comfortable that we pulled the image, right? We pulled the container, we've got the container up and running, or it's not running, it's ready to go. And we don't want to run it yet, I don't think, right? So even though, well, it says up and running now. So let me go back up here. I don't think once the Portainer is finished pulling the Bitwarden Docker image to your Raspberry, it will become available in the containers list. All right. So, and they show it as healthy here. Screenshot, right? So that's fine. I'm going to leave it there because that's where they left it off. I don't know if healthy means it doesn't say running, right? It just says healthy. So that may just be it's ready to go. And we may actually click here. It's running because we don't have a start button, right? So I think we're in good shape there with this one. Okay. So we need to set up NGI NX proxy for Bitwarden. So even though it's running, we need to set up HTTPS, right, for this to function the way we want to, right? We really don't want to run a password manager on something that's not encrypted. So, right, so there's, it kind of explains what's going on. The web interface uses some JavaScript functions that a browser only allows when running an HTTPS connection. So we need to set up a proxy using NGI NX, so another component here, right? It's going to sit in front of the Raspberry Pi Bitwarden server and proxy the request. So when we can connect to this, we're going to actually hit NGI NX, and it will then connect to the Bitwarden. So we're required to set up NGI NX. So that's another installation we got to go do. So to do that, you need to install web server software, then generate an SSL certificate for use for this connection. So now we're getting into web servers and certificates, right? So I jumped over to the NGI NX. I'm going to copy that link into the thanks, Kathleen, for putting that information in the chat. I will get all the chats consolidated and put together so we have, you know, solid list of all the resources that we were looking at during these installations. So this is like the 4th tutorial for this one project, right? So in this tutorial, we're going to set up NGINX.
In this tutorial, we're going to go to another tutorial.
We're going to jump out to another. Look, make sure Apache's already installed. That's awesome. So you weren't kidding. Number 1, we've already done. You should also run the following command to uninstall Apache 2 since there's a chance of the pre-installed on your system. Whoa. You can skip this if you're
wondering what's Portaino running to have the web interface.
No idea.
I mean, it's got to be something.
Right.
Okay.
Isn't it running on, I mean, that's part of what we installed. I mean, we installed Portainer and OpenPort 9000 in order for it to run. That's how we're connecting to it.
Yeah, but the question is
software to listen to that.
Are we running on Apache or are we running on something else, right? Because this is telling us we're going to uninstall Apache, and if we uninstall Apache and Portainer's running on Apache, that's a problem. I'm going to go back here and go back to, I just want to, so here's Bitwarden. Let's go back to make sure that I didn't miss something in the NGIN. I can't even say it, right? NGINX.
Carrie,
there's one statement that says that you need only to follow the first section as PHP is not required to operate a proxy server. But what's the first section?
I think the first section is the section we're on right here, the setting up. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then we stop there, right? Because then we get into PHP. So it's telling us we need to do this in the instructions for setting up Bitwarden. Before you use Bitwarden, required to set up NGI to do this. I'm just trying to see if there's anything about. Follow our guide that shows you how to install it. You only need to follow the first section. So, okay, we'll see what happens.
I'll let you go first on this.
Okay, good. Sorry. Here we go. Man, I'm going to move that off the page.
Well, I think you had to do that because if you already have Apache is listening on port 80.
Right.
And so it has to uninstall to install the other web server. I mean, that's.
Yeah. And we're just worried that it's more being worried about is Portainer running on Apache, which I don't think he would point us to this and it not, you know, like that wouldn't be I don't know. It seems like it would be an obvious thing that we wouldn't run into, but I don't know. Apt auto remove. I just want to get rid of that silly little. Okay. So I ran that command and Portainer didn't die. I'm going to go, I think we're okay. And then I cleared off that silly little color 0 thing. And then we need to install NGINX. Right, so this is the next piece here. NGINX. So install. Yes. Ooh, there's a lot of stuff going on here. So this is a big one. Let this run. So this is going to be a proxy that's going to sit in front of our Bitwarden. It's going to handle the certificates as well. Oh, that was pretty quick. It's going to handle the certificates for us, sounds like. All right, so installed. I'm not seeing any errors. That's good. You never know. So then we're going to start this. One of these is just like, it's just going to go, and we're done.
No jinxies, no jinxies.
I'm going to bring this back over. I'm going to hit refresh. Oh, look, it's still functioning. Yeah, good. Okay. So we have NGINX running in the background now, right? So it's running. I mean, in background is relative, I think. We should now grab our local address, which we've done this like 100 times now on this machine. It should be 154. Yeah, so look, I keep getting more. I keep getting extra addresses. Okay. Any browser. So, okay, so we have this one open, but this is on port 9000, right? So then it says to go 172.17.69.154, port 80, right? I'm assuming, I knew it. I knew it. Oh, wait. No, it just says, yeah, do that.
Check your IP address.
Oh, look, it tried to do encrypted. It tried to do encrypted. It was HTTPS automatically. The address was right. It was the HTTPS instead of HTTP. Okay, so I've got, welcome to NGINX. So I'm on number 6. I did hostname, right? I did that right. Here, hostname -I, that was number 5. Number 6, I went to the browser on my PC. So on the same browser, right, I've got my Portainer IO running, and I've got NGINX. NGINX is using port 80. Portainer is using port 9000. Whew. That's a mouthful. All right, once you've browsed the address, you should see something like this, right? So yeah, good. Don't be worried. Okay, that's all we need to do. We stop there. That part's done. Set it aside. We're done with this. That's all we had to do for this part. Now we're going to go back to the Bitwarden. We're back over here on the Bitwarden instructions, preparing NGINX for the Pi. Before we start this section, install it, right? So that's what we just did right there. That was step 1, right? And now we're on step 2. Once you have it installed, we need to generate an SSL certificate. There are 2 different ways to generate the certificate. If we're not using a domain name for this, we would use Let's Encrypt if we're going to do that. We're going to do everything here internally currently, right? The alternate is to generate a self-signed certificate. While these are still secure, you will receive a warning that the browser can't guarantee authenticity from the certificate authority, right? We generate this certificate on the Raspberry Pi by using a single command to make it simple to use, okay? So again, we're flying over this at a really high level, but this is a really good opportunity to explain how certificates work, and you can kind of get into certificate servers and authenticity and the certificate chain and all those kind of fun things, okay? We're not going to cover those today. We would be here until, again, next week sometime. And I really want to go camping. So, I like doing these things, but I need a break. All right, so this next line here, if you choose to, if you choose to use Let's Encrypt, skip to step 5. Otherwise, we're going to continue. So we're going to do this command here. This is a pretty lengthy command. So we're using sudo open SSL, which is going to create that certificate, right? It's using an X509 certificate. It's going to be good for 1 year. We're using RSA 4090 as our encryption, or the encryption strength. And then we're going to drop out the key to this location, right? And then the certificate is here. So there's a certificate and a key that we're generating with this command. Okay, so these are the SSL keys and certificate that we need in order to use sorry, I was trying to figure out what's going on here. I'm going to assume we use, does it explain it? Like, we should be using US, right? Right, this is a certificate, so it's not a forgery. country name, I'm going to go with US, right? I think AU is Australia. We're not there. State or province. So let's just go, this says full name. I'm going to put my stuff in. You put your stuff in. Locale. Answer all the required questions to generate the certificate. Okay, I guess we're just kind of making up stuff at this point, right? I think that's what we're doing. So the Raspberry Pi IP address. So on the common name, we're going to want to put the address for the Raspberry Pi. So this one here, we want to put whatever your address is, your IP address. And then the email address, just whatever you are, right? And we generated a key. Yay. Final bit of preparation is to create a strong Diffie-Hellman group. And we'll just follow their instructions. This helps improve security of your SSL connection, right? So that's just, again, I think that's like a whole nother lesson plan, right? Or another, conversation that can be had and to explain the last two things that we do, that we just did. This is going to take a long time. All right, as it's going, let's take a look at what's next. We're going to configure NGINX to act as a proxy. So we've installed Docker. We installed Portainer. We used Portainer to connect to Docker. We used Portainer to install Bitwarden. In fact, it's actually VaultWarden. And then once it was installed and running as a container, we went out and installed NGINX, which is another web-based service that allows us to run proxy, and it's going to manage our certificates for us. And we are now generating the certificates and the certificate group, the couple of components that we need to make sure that we are encrypting our data that's connecting to this system. Yay. So then, so we're on 5. So then we have here, you can create a virtual host for NGINX that will allow you to proxy connections to Bitwarden. Luckily for us, NGINX acts as a proxy. Is a very straightforward process. They keep acting like this is all straightforward, right? It's like the 4th time they've said it in this. So we're going to remove the default config. It says you don't need to do this if you're planning on using Bitwarden alongside a domain name. We're not using a domain name, so we need to do this. Then we need to create a new config. So I'm not doing it yet. I'm waiting for the thing over here to go. And then first we first block that we are adding will redirect any traffic from these ports. All right, we're just gonna, we're gonna follow along. And this is gonna set up the configuration file to act as the proxy. And I believe, and so one of the things I looked at it and I was, immediately concerned with is these two. I need to stretch this over so we can actually see them. These two, man, I'm having a hard time with the right there maybe. These two pieces right here, are those the same things? And if I look up here, right, you can see the private key is etc SSL private NGINX-Bitwarden key, so that's fine. And then NGINX-Bitwarden cert, right, CRT. So these two are designed to work with this particular instruction set, so we're in good case. Oh, I'm trying to, you guys are taking care of the stuff in the chat. I'm not even gonna, I was like looking over there going, what did I miss? Okay, so it looks like it generated my group, right? So I've got my cert, I've got my key, I've got my Diffie-Hellman, I think that's what it's called, right? Group, right? So my pieces that I need for my SSL certificates to work. Down here, we are going to remove the default configuration for NGINX, right? So we're just deleting that file. And then we're going to create a file, a config file for Bitwarden here. Right, so sudo nano, and it should be a blank document because it didn't exist until just now. And then we want to the first block. So in this block, we're adding a redirect. So we're listening for these items and we're redirecting them. That one doesn't. Change this to your domain name. Oh, we're not using domain name. I'm confused. With this file, within this file, type the following lines of text. The first block that we are adding will redirect any traffic from port 80 to port 443, which I don't see port 443 anywhere on here. And then I have this crazy, like change this to your domain name, which we're not doing. So I don't know if we change that. I'm going to leave it as is. Next, we will add our server block that will handle the proxying and the HTTP connection, HTTPS connection. Additionally, if you use Let's Connect generate to generate server, we'll swap out paths. So we don't have to swap out the paths because we're not using, well, we are using only what I moved that. So I'm not catching all of the items. So we have a server block here. That they want us to put in. So we've got this server block, and then we have another server block. All right. First block is redirect. Second block sets up our certificates. And I think these are based on, the best I can read this is that it's based on the 2 certificate keys that we created right there. And I believe this DH para PEM thing that we've got, that's the group that we created. Yeah, okay. We're going to trust Pi my life up on that one. That's what we're going to do. You may need to change a few things depending on how you plan to use Raspberry Pi Bitwarden. So if you're using a domain name, you need to replace server underscore name to include it. For example, our server name would be blah, blah, blah. We're not doing that. Once done, your file should end up looking like this. So we have server. So my file looks like this, right? So we've already looked at that a couple times. So Control X, Y, enter. Control X, Y, enter. So we basically copied that entire thing over to do the config. I think from a timing perspective, we're not going to try to dig into what actually happened there. Now, all we need to do is restart the service. Sure. All we need to do is restart the service. Restart the service. All right, so the service is restarted. It wants us to go to, okay, so then here's that. This is that, we did this earlier, right? But then, so I hit enter on that. We have the privacy error, and this is the error because we're using a self-signed certificate, not a authenticated certificate to a third party. So I hit the advanced and then proceed, and we have a login. Awesome. We need to create an account. So This is Bitwarden. So Bitwarden is running on our Raspberry Pi. I'm connected to it across my network. Portainer shows that it's healthy, so that's good. I'm going to hit create account. Yes, it is weak because I'm just doing this for okay. I'll change these later. Create the account. Yeah. So we really, okay. It's not going to let me do it, right? Okay, let's come up with something different. Okay. So it's going to make you, I mean, it makes sense that you have to use a hard password, right? Or a complex password. All right. So then I'm in and I have a vault. Fill out information on your new account, email. We've done that. So I've already kind of done this. Created an account, you can log in. And now that you're logged in, you can start storing information, right? So there's an admin token that we can generate here. So this is our vault. We can add items. Like, so if we add an item, this is login information, name, folder, username, and password. Right? So you can kind of start setting up your accounts there. This next piece is enable Bitwarden admin panel. We can generate an admin token. So this is going to make us change something on the this admin token is what we'll be using to access the Bitwarden admin panel. This is going to change something on the Docker container.
Well, mine is generating the longest certificate known to man because it's still doing the little ++ ... thing.
On the group side, way over here, or do something different? Are you doing over here doing
no,
that?
yeah, that part right there where you create
Generate this thing?
Yeah, the certificate. No. Back at I haven't even got to Bitwarden yet.
You're still here.
Yeah, I'm still at that part. Yeah.
Then I'm gonna pause. Then I go pause. How's everybody else doing? It's one of those things.
Okay, I'm like way back. So
okay, I think I just kept going. I'm sorry.
That's right. I'm at the config file, and I copied it and I pasted it, but I didn't change anything.
No.
Was I supposed to change anything?
Nope. Nothing.
Okay, so I did that, and I ran the restart, and I'm not able to get even the Nginx now. And I had it before.
So this part here where you
typed in it failed. It said failed because the control process exited with an error code. See status nginx.service and journal count control-exe for details.
So at the command line, that command that was the journal ctl --ce, I think it is, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
If you run that command, it'll go back and it'll show you, it'll tell you kind of what broke on the restart. It's usually like the first couple lines.
Failed to start a high performance web. I can't read that. Doesn't map.
And then usually that, like either the line above that or below that will tell you what exactly.
A start job failed. Looks like something's starting. PAM Unix session close, run Docker runtime.
Is your Portainer still active? Like, is this still functional?
I'm checking. Yes.
Okay.
And Bitwarden is healthy.
All right. And then, so I wonder if you just restart, do the suit. Did you redo the restart again? Have you tried to run it a second time?
Let's see. Yeah, it's the same mirror.
Okay, so then I'm wondering, so I'm gonna open up the Bitwarden config file, right? And yours should look like this, like so. And this is just us double checking, because it sounds like when it boots up, the config is broken, like it's not, like it's trying to run something wrong. There's like one of these things is not firing properly.
SSL.
You know,
80, 3012.
Curly brackets are in the right place.
Yeah, yeah. I literally copied and pasted. That's okay. You can go on. I'll have to think this out, figure it out.
So then the other thing I'm wondering, like, we can double check to make sure that this default has been removed. It's either by rerunning that command or just, doing an ls space and then this entire thing to see if it's there. I'm trying to think because what it sounds like is like when you restart, it's like something was wrong in the config file, and in a config file. In this case, hopefully it's the Bitwarden file that it's actually looking at. That's causing it to fail, right? That's my thinking.
Can I go back and see if I did something wrong with the certificates? Can I just delete those?
I would think
back there.
I think you could. Like, I think you could replay. Like, you could go to these locations and get rid of this key, get rid of that key, and get rid of the .pem file that's right here. So those are pointing out those places, and then rerun those key generations. So those would be those three things. I guess go back to that point, like undo the things up to that point, and then go back through. Would be my guess. And I'm gonna kind of, I'm waiting here because I know that everybody's kind of all over the place as far as different parts of the process. There's all kinds of everybody's in different places. Apparently today mine worked. Which is the last couple of days, it's been the exact opposite of that. So, this is also, I'm on a fresh copy of this. I didn't put this on top of anything else. I put in a brand new copy of Raspberry Pi OS, updated ahead of time. So there could be some kind of if you're using something that was already there, maybe residual issue that's in the way, causing problems. Shouldn't be, but it's always a possibility. Is anybody else running into issues other than just it taking time and getting through the steps? Looks like we had a keyboard issue earlier. Nice. Joe doesn't look happy. He's like, what's going on?
Like literally my whole entire terminal buffer is almost full of the dots and pluses. It just keeps going.
Really? Just like, so this piece here is just filling up stuff.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh,
Crazy.
That's crazy.
I know it said it was going to take a long time, but come on.
It may be because of the way you answered the questions. That's funny. All right, so then I'm just hanging. I'm looking like, so I'm really surprised. Not surprised. I'm happy that mine actually worked the first time this time. So now it's a matter of, okay, like there's my vault, and like how do I start adding in, like here's a login add-in. So, oh, these are my logins, right? And then you could put cards in, identities. There's all kinds of good stuff in here. So now it's a matter of, we got to learn how this works, right? So I'm stoked because it's there, but I think there's a set of learning that has to happen about how the vault works and get it up and running. But this is like I said, I think this one, he says it's a beginner thing, but I mean, you're doing a lot of things. We're doing a lot of different things here. We got proxy servers, we've got certificates, we've got Docker, we've got containers, we've got management of containers, we've got pulling of containers and firing up of containers, and there's lots of stuff going on. A couple of web interfaces. I think it's neat to see all of that, but it could easily become overwhelming too. So. So kind of while we're working on stuff, I'm gonna, in the chat, I'm gonna drop the help center for Bitwarden, right, to kind of start figuring out like how to actually use the software. that's the next step. We have also this admin token. We haven't done the admin token. I'm just kind of pausing here to let people catch up and get to the point where everybody's. So there's still a handful of steps to kind of get it functioning. I think from an administrative standpoint, obviously, I think that's what this last part of here is just kind of getting to the admin panel. A few hours later. Sorry. And Joe, yours is still going, it looks like, from the... Wow.
This is going to be the strongest key
holy cow.
In the history of certificates here.
That's insane. It's insane. So if you have LastPass or anything like that, it looks like you can actually export your file from LastPass and import it. What, kitty? Hi. Say hi to the good people. Don't step on that keyboard. So syncing your vaults, editing or editing vault item in Bitwarden application will automatically push changes to your Bitwarden server, whether cloud-based or self-hosted. So I'm curious. All right. So I'm looking here, this admin token. It's not 5 yet. Yeah. Joe's getting blankets ready for the evening. He's gonna camp out.
I'm starting to think like something is wrong. Like maybe
something's not quite
yeah.
right. That could be the case. That seems like a excessive long time. I mean, mine didn't take but 5 minutes.
No, and I'm looking at mine going, my entire screen is filled with dots.
Yeah, and that's what
It
Joe's
looks
is.
like a game.
James was, right? But James, you just finished, right? James has just got done.
I control C mine.
He killed it. Killed it.
It's like the lollipop commercial of how long does it take?
Right.
Ever.
Oh, so self-hosted environment. So I can give it the. I'm trying to set up the app without reading instructions, so that's probably not a smart idea, but whatever. Okay. So in the end, when we get done with this, there's going to be quite a bit of config. Like if you're using a mobile app or whatever to make this useful. Like I have mine kind of in-house, right? Hosted in-house, not using like a domain name or anything like that. And then the other thing is like not using like dynamic DNS and things. I wonder, this is just me thinking out loud, that in order to make this useful, like I think you're probably going to need to set up dynamic DNS and connect, like I could create a subdomain, a DNS record using my IT instructor and have it point here. And then I could set that up on my phone, and then my phone could actually connect to my device here with dynamic DNS. I may have to do some, like port forwarding and things like that to get those things to work off of the firewall. To make it where it's like I can use this like literally day-to-day kind of thing. I think I don't know. I'm thinking out loud that's once it's up and running, right? I can put in passwords, but if I can't access those passwords from here, you know, from my phone, which is where I would, you know, most of the time I'd be needing them out when I'm out and about. I guess I could access them from my computer. I'd have to, you know, again, we have to figure out how we make those connections so that I can utilize that that service on the network. Yeah, I just it's now it's into learning mode on how the actual product works and how I could save the file, you know, save my passwords and everything there, and have them accessible to my phone, so that if I need them when I'm out of the house and out of the, you know, not on my network, how I could access those. Right?
Yeah, that's awesome, but it's just like any other password protection service. If you ever lose connectivity to that, you're up the creek.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Because at that point, I mean, the whole kind of the idea of it is like it's going to generate a whole bunch of crazy passwords, right? So, and you can see that from the, like, there's a password generator, right? So it's just like, and if I can add in, it's going to be all, you know, like, there's no way you're going to remember that, right? And if you do something different on every single site, right, which is the idea of this, that's the whole point of this, right? Is to, for me, like, this is to kind of push that, but I don't want this stored like on somebody else's server. Like, I want it stored on a server that I control, right? In this case, I would, you know, I control it at that point. So I don't, I think it's just, we're at that point on this. I mean, I think Sam's like, we got quite a few over the kind of getting it up and running. So Tuan, yeah, you do the configuring the NGIX to act as a proxy. You only do the first section. You do not do the section that has PHP in the title. So you just stop at the very first, at the end of the first section. What we mean by that is, so I think Tuan's back over here, right? So the NGIX stuff. So where you set up NGIX, holy cow, where is it? Way up here. Here, install. Is this where you're at? Step 5. Configuring NGIX as a property. So yeah, so installing. Oh wait, there's a configuration. Yeah, right here. Yeah, you do these things. So this is going to get rid of the defaults, and then you you create a config file with this command, and then you put this and this in a file, in that file, and you save it. Right? It should look like, actually, if you just come down here to step 6 and you do all of, you just copy all of this in there as it is, Control X, Control Y, enter. That's when you restart the service. That's where Kathleen's broke, I believe. And then, yeah, that's where you're at. You're good. And James, yours finally finished. That's awesome. Who else is still generating other than Joe? You have multiple people still generating the Diffie-Hellman craziness.
I'm going to make my students do this.
This is a like, this was when I saw, like, there's a lot of stuff.
If they get lippy, this is what you do.
Yeah, yeah, like, here, go figure this out. Here's your midterm. Make this function.
I mean, it's pretty, you know, complex, the different steps and things you have to go through. So
right.
I mean, it's pretty cool. I'd love to see it work, but.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's, you know, we had the issue with Screenly earlier. I mean, you would think it was just a couple of things and we're done and we're good, and it took us 3 or 4 attempts. Why this worked for me exactly the way it was supposed to work, that, right, that hasn't happened a lot this week. So but then it sounds like a good half of you are having, you know, funky issues along the way. So what
do we have planned for tomorrow?
We Anydesk, I think, was the last kind of major thing that we were thinking about doing. So the remote connectivity, I would think the best thing to do would, you know, take one of your SD cards that we're not going to use and rewrite it overnight so that you have a fresh, clean install, and maybe do the update. Just those two, like, you know, when you boot it, you do that update component. That way, then everybody has a clean, fresh thing. We don't have anything that's kind of in the way and causing problems, and we can make an attempt at getting the Anydesk to up and running. I believe, we can go look at that real fast. I want to make sure that we don't run into any gotchas, right? So let's take a look before we get there. But that's the plan. Anydesk is the plan. And then if we have spare time, we can always go back and do a kiosk, which is a different way for us to do, like, it's actually showing, you know, setting up the Raspberry to be a web interface only. Like, you know, like if you think I go to a hotel and you sit down at their desk and, you know, they only let you do, you know, go to the web and do certain things. Like, that's the kind of idea of what the kiosk is. So Anydesk, so it's a remote desktop support solution. You can use it remotely to manage other devices running the Anydesk software. So it doesn't have to just be the Raspberry, but we want to connect to Raspberry. They have a native build for the Raspberry, so it's designed specific. This build is designed specifically for the Raspberry. Update your OS. Looks like we're gonna do a wget to do the file installation. Actually, we're gonna get, it looks like a Debian package. We're gonna do the dpkg, which we did earlier today. So I guess install-f is gonna go look for fix any missing packages. So just making sure that we have everything there. Then you're gonna run the software. So there's running the software, and then there's receiving a remote connection. So, like, you know, logging, you know, connecting to it with Anydesk to do support work. And then I believe there's a section, unattended access. So this will allow you to set it up where you can log in without the end user having to click accept, right? So, and these, again, I think all of this is, at this point, I'm thinking I'm still on the network. Like, I haven't connected outside of the network yet. You can set up two-factor authentication, so that would be a new thing for this week. Yeah, so I do not know how it would work through a firewall without, I don't know if there's other configurations that we have to do, or if it just comes that way, or if there's, you would think there was some other control mechanism to allow that to happen. This looks like we're going to just set it up to work across a current, like your network, not doing it across or through a firewall of any sort. But I'm not sure. That one doesn't look too painful. The one we're working on now, when I looked at it, I was like, it's pretty long. It's pretty complex. I think that, you know, I think we've run into that with a few folks, just things not acting quite right. And I'm wondering if that's kind of residual from, I wonder if that's residual from having some other software on the device, like, because I started with a clean OS. For AnyDesk, yeah, if you're going to run AnyDesk, you would put AnyDesk on each device, and then you would remotely connect to that. You would configure it for you to remotely connect. I'm going to assume I'm going to go. We're going to go look, right? So AnyDesk through firewall. How to block AnyDesk on your Does AnyDesk not have a page? Is Media Realm who? Let's go this way. AnyDesk. Oops, that's an ad. This one's not an ad. Remotely, be it on from the other side in the office or halfway around the world, AnyDesk. Sure, it's yeah, we just got to figure out how this. So what I'm curious about is how do we, like, is there something we need to do to like how do we connect? Like if I leave the office, how do I connect back? Is there some other piece? That was kind of the hope for this, right? And it says it does it. I'm just trying to figure out like how does it do that? Because it seems like, you know, because I've used so I've used systems where we could do that kind of remote connectivity and we didn't need to have firewall holes opened up because it was using port 443. And it was generated from internal, like, so the device itself would communicate out and ask for any instructions, right? So it would, you know, it would check in every 90 seconds to say, do you have anything for me? And then one of the commands was, yeah, we want to open up a remote session. And then it would open a remote session. But we had a server that they all, you know, everything communicated to a server. So I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud on, you know, on this. This looks like we could easily set up AnyDesk, you know, and remotely connect on the network. But if all we're doing is on the network, then, you know, VNC does that. I wouldn't need something like this. The idea of this is that we should be able to connect from outside of the network. I just don't know how that functions, right? That's the piece I'm trying to, you know, think through how it would work. Right, so this is one of the options. I mean, I think this was kind of high on the list to try it. We could also, you know, go the route of setting up a VPN server so that you can just kind of see how that functions. That's another option. I think so that was kind of high on, that was the kind of the next step or the next, you know, thing that we could try. You know, if you have the ability to have a network behind the VPN, then you can test it. Like we can get it set up and you can show that it's connected, but we're not really like communicating through the VPN. If you just have a single device. So that's an option too, right? Cool. At this point, like I've got this, I mean, on my side, I've got this working. I know we got a handful of you that are still kind of waiting. Joe, are you should probably still waiting. Or you restarted it, right? Killed it. Okay. Which is fine. This is like, we're not getting graded. We're just playing around trying to learn things, right? It's one of the positive things. It's one of the positive things about this week, right? If it doesn't work, like we can come back and fight it later. If it does work, then that's wonderful. We can, we can move on with the success. So, and I don't, at this point, I'm not going to, we could continue on, but we're kind of at the end of, we're got 15 minutes at this point. So I don't want to push it. There at the very end of this, right, there's right here, like there's some admin things, so we can set up access to the admin console, so we have a little bit better control of that, and it's protected with two-factor authentication and some other things that we could do. But with the fact, and if you do have it set up and you want to continue that component, yeah, please do. And don't wait on us, right? You can keep on trucking through that, but I think that would be fine. It's kind of like, I just went all this effort to create that bitwarden container, and then it has me delete it. Like and do something different. So that kind of, no. Anyways, I don't know. I think this is a pretty neat, it's a complex, right? There's lots of things going on here. You got containers, you've got container managers, you've got NGIX, you got proxies, you've got certificates. Like there's a bunch of topics that can be built, and like you can do those topics individually and then kind of put together. This to me seems like not an afternoon's project. Like that's what we did it in the afternoon, like, but it seems like it's like a block of things, and you can put all the pieces together and kind of work through each of the pieces as far as material and learning and reading and quizzing and assessments and things like that along the way. Dealing with containers, dealing with certificates, dealing with certificate authorities, dealing with proxies, with the final component, right, being a, hopefully for them, a functional working Bitwarden server that allows them to manage their passwords across all of their devices, right? And I think I'm looking at it going, we still got, several hours of trying to figure out how to make the, get the configurations to work, how to do a self-hosted version of this, where I can connect to it and do all the things I need to do. So, sorry. Yeah, but I think that I think we're in good shape. I hope we're in good shape.
So for tomorrow, we need to just do on one of our SD cards, do a fresh install.
Yeah, let's just
fresh.
Yeah, so tonight, like, just get a fresh install done, right? Just let start it when we're finished here and let it run, and then if you can boot it and update it before tomorrow, that'd be great. If not, we'll do it right away in the morning when we're kind of chatting at the very beginning. I'll remind everybody to do the updates. And I'm kind of thinking perhaps we do the VPN instead of the AnyDesk, right? To kind of see that that setup. The only other one that we could maybe do, which I think would be fun to do, would be the access point. And if we do the access point, we set up DHCP, DNS, access point. It has a firewall on it. There's a couple other things. I mean, it's and we can set it up and you can connect to it. If you don't have an Ethernet cable and you can't connect to another network, then you won't be able to flow through the access point to get there, but you can connect to the access point and get an IP address, and we know that site is working. If you do have, an Ethernet an Ethernet capability, you wirelessly connect to the access point, and then it lets you go through to the network and you can get to the internet from there.
I'll notify the IT department.
Yeah, we're gonna be messing with stuff tomorrow. So those are two, right? You know, to me, I mean, you guys can choose which one you want to do. I think either or is going to be a really good way to kind of finish off. We know those projects work. We did them last week. So, and if you did them last week, like, you can do them again, or you can work on one of these other projects as we work on this project. But yeah. With that though, we're going to be done for the day. You're welcome to drop off, have a nice evening, go get some dinner. I got to get ready for class. So, and then we'll go from there.
Thanks, Gary, for another great day. It was awesome.
My pleasure.
Absolutely. Thank you.
No worries.
See you guys tomorrow.
Enjoy.